Hello, everyone, and welcome to HashiTalks 2022, Australia and New Zealand. Awesome to be here. My name's Lockie White, one of the community ambassadors here in the Australian region. And I'm lucky to be joined by Brad, who is also from the Australian region, but not in Australia at the moment. Hey, Brad, how you going today?
Good, thank you. Yourself? I'm pretty excited to be here today.
Yeah, going good, mate. Yeah, it's exciting to be here. I remember last year, like in the middle of lockdown and COVID and everything, it was a good escape to be doing this, but awesome that we can do this again virtually this year and make sure everyone's included as well, which is awesome. And super excited to be here. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself, Brad, just to lead into things and kind of what you've been up to and maybe quickly why you're somewhere exotic.
Sure. First of all, thanks, J. Cole, for the intro beats. I like the music going into it. It's normally what I listen to when I'm working. My name's Brad. I'm originally from New Zealand and at the moment living in Sunshine Coast and working in Sydney as well. I'm also a community ambassador for HashiCorp and help organize the HashiCorp user group in Sydney. And right now I'm in Colombia, so I'm coming back to Sydney next week. My wife's from here, so we come once a year if we can. We haven't been here for 5 years, so I was hoping to do this in Australia, but here we are.
Colombia's not a bad place to do it from. That's for sure. I'm nowhere near as exotic. I'm in Melbourne, in my study. Definitely, feeling the kind of low temperatures in Melbourne here recently, unlike the summer kind of climate of Colombia at the moment. But yeah, I'm really pumped. Also a community ambassador. I actually run the Melbourne user group, which is great. And just a super fun community to be a part of, and happy to share part of that community, with everyone today across ANZ and from anywhere else if people are joining in as well, which is fantastic. Did want to give a quick kind of plug to some of the community guidelines that we do have from a HashiCorp standpoint, which are a lot of things around pretty much what I like to call common sense, but definitely to be welcome, inclusive, patient. That's one I need to work on, and friendly at all times, and really just to be considerate, respectful, and professional. And if you do want to find out more, there's actually really well-written community guidelines if you ever need to look at what good looks like from that point of view on the HashiCorp website there as well. Which is fantastic. What I also wanted to plug really quickly was a little bit about the HashiCorp user groups themselves and kind of the exciting content that we're seeing come out of those and kind of how we're like really looking to revamp those this year and really get into them. I don't know, Brad, yours is a little newer than the Melbourne one, which launched just before COVID, which was a great time to launch a physical user group. How have you found that and kind of what's on the cards for the Sydney user group coming up?
We launched in COVID and we actually got some pretty good growth. So I think we're about 250 users now, which is moving pretty fast. We generally do a meetup every month. So we're always looking for attendees and people to speak, specifically around if you haven't spoken before, we like to coach people into it. And, it doesn't matter on your experience. We're just here to help and share some good content. So we're also looking to, to start them up in Sydney again pretty soon. So in-person meetups and it's going to be pretty exciting actually. So yeah.
Yeah, I think that emphasis around the first-time speakers is so special because it was. I mean, I hate public speaking myself. I get super nervous. I don't like it, but I kind of force myself into it as a way to try to grow and get through that barrier that I found myself having. And it was actually the first thing I ever spoke at was a HashiCorp user group that was in Melbourne. So it's got a special place on my heart for a supportive community that lets people kind of express themselves and dive into some, really amazing technologies with some really incredible people that are really supportive. We have a similar kind of story to yourself in Sydney, Brad. Obviously launched at the same time the Perth user group did actually. We did a joint launch virtually through COVID, which was, exciting. Also got about 250, 260 members. Have a meetup scheduled on the 24th of August if you haven't registered. But again, just echoing Brad's words, we are super keen to get people that haven't spoken, even if they don't know how to build a presentation, if they don't, we're there to help and help craft and shape them with you. It's not about you bring us something and you talk and it's transactional. It's meant to be more of an open, collaborative kind of style of kind of event to work through. So I don't know about you, Brad, but I'm super happy to help people build their decks and shape the topics and help them. Not that I know anything more than what anyone else does, but just that, if there's a way I can help, I'm always looking to do so, especially in the community side of things.
Yeah, for sure. And I think even for HashiTalks as well, if people need help with their calls for proposals, like we're here to help as well, because we'd love to see some new people coming through. And I guess don't be afraid to submit. They can only say no, and you can just keep trying and you'll get there. It's like what I've done with any of the other talks I've done also. And one more thing is if anyone's dialing in from another city that doesn't have a hug, you can either reach out or you're more than welcome to join, any of the other ones like Sydney. If we do it online, you don't have to be in Sydney, for example. So you're more than welcome to come to the digital one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's really great how there's such a diversity of hugs that are still fully remote. I mean, every now and then if I see one that's starting in New York and it's remote, and I'm up late for whatever reason, I jump in, say hi. Everyone's, who the hell's this Australian that jumped on this call? And same with some of the HashiTalks or our community office hours that run on YouTube as well. It's fun to jump in and see what everyone's talking about and what the latest news is and where people are kind of running through. So definitely have a look. There's at the moment there's meetups in Melbourne, Sydney, Perth. There's also one I believe in Auckland, I think, that's there, which is fantastic. And I think there's one that may be starting in Canberra at some point soon too, if it's not already kind of there. And it's just awesome to see over the last 3 years how this community has grown. When I don't know about you, Blake, when I started playing with Terraform, I think it was 0.9. Terraform Enterprise was 6 months old. I think I was the first person to deploy it this side of the hemisphere. And so it was pretty new and there was no hugs. And I think Hashi had 2 people in the country that worked for them. And now to see a couple of years later, how that's changed and how passionate everyone is about these tool sets is just an amazing community to have been part of during that growth period for HashiCorp.
Yeah, it's a great story. And so meetup.com would be the best way to find the hug as well, right? And I believe there's a website you could look at.
Yeah,
that we can share later.
Alex has been awesome, and she's thrown all the meetups in the chat as I've rattled them off, even though I didn't brief her on all of those before. Thanks, Alex. That was a bit of a task. Peter, there are some digital ones like this that we run on a yearly basis, but some of the other meetups that we do run are running totally remote rather than in person still, just as that's where the attendance is due to COVID and things like that as well. So keep an eye up and join all of the communities. The worst thing you can do is just not go to any, but if you're in those communities, at least you'll see them and you won't miss them. So lots of events going on there all the time. Even if there's not an event scheduled, reach out to the organizers because they might make one when you say that you want to talk as well, because it's not actually that difficult to set one up and run at all. But I'm really excited today, Brad. One, it's HashiTalks Day. That's always exciting. Last year was a highlight of the year for me last year. I really enjoyed it. Kareem, who was here, who's one of the dev advocates out of the Netherlands, close, was here with me last year, which was loads of fun. But this year to have someone else from Australia is awesome because it's, we've taken over, Brad, is the way I look at it. We've finally done it. We're able to run these ourselves, which is fantastic. But the lineup of speakers we have, which includes yourself, is probably one of the best I've seen, especially for our region, and great to have a variety of topics today as well.
Yeah, it was really good to meet the folks that are speaking as well, and you can feel the energy even just meeting them. So I know it's going to be a good day today.
Yeah, and it was great. For those that don't know, typically when you're going through selecting speakers for an event like this, it's totally blind. You don't know who's who, and you don't know where they work. You just kind of get an abstract, and you go, "That's a really cool talk." And today we've got 3 people that are all from 3 of the speakers are all from one company that are all obviously doing some really cool stuff in the consulting space. And we've actually got a panel set up with all 3 of them later to talk through some of the, I don't know, what would you call it, Brad? Kind of the do's and don'ts or the interesting things about Terraform at scale later on.
Yeah, patterns, workflows, sort of, I guess, the journey, like going through, when you first start Terraform and you sort of, you think you know what you're doing, and then as you just get a lot better and just as you go, improving. So yeah, it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I've seen a comment, and I'm sorry, this is one of the things I should have led with at the start, but my pronouns are he, him. Brad, I'm not sure about yours.
He, him, yeah.
Yeah, and as we introduce the speakers, we'll definitely call those out, as we've got those for all of our speakers, which is fantastic to see. And again, just like we have in the community guidelines, it's about being respectful and open and respecting where people come from and what they're about. So I'm really excited for these list of speakers, because there is a, as always in the Australian talks, a kind of list of things from Terraform and everything that's going on with Terraform in the open source community and everything that's happening with that, which is fantastic, because there's always so many, I won't say great ways in which we break things, but great ways in which we discover newer and better ways to continuously improve how we interact with those cloud platforms, be those cloud platforms, configuration platforms, hybrid platforms, etc. But also great to see some Vault conversations happening as well. We've got PK, who I actually used to work with before I joined HashiCorp, who's an absolute weapon, both with the mic at karaoke. We might have to ask him about that, and also on the keyboard when it comes to designing systems at scale. But also yourself, Brad. We've got an awesome talk from yourself about kind of going into how to get started with it, with Vault, that is, and kind of what good looks like at a kind of getting started level.
Yep, it's going to be good.
Which I'm just, I need to get my notes out, and start to write some stuff down, because it's one of the things I really need to do is to go and work on my certification for Vault. That's for sure. I'm lucky to work with a few people that know it inside and out, but I need to brush up on my own homework a little bit, I think, as well.
Yeah. I'll be talking about the certification a little bit as well in the talk. So
I see. I'm there. I'm already there, listening and taking notes. I've taken note of the abstract. I'm keen. I'm very keen. So yeah, I'm really pumped to kind of get into our speakers and how we've got on today. We've got an amazing lineup to come from today. We'll be running for I think till about two-ish, just past 2 today. So you can drop in, grab some snacks, come back, get lunch, come back. We're going to be running the whole time, and as always recorded and put up on YouTube at a later date if you want to go back and miss part of it and want to rewatch some of it as well, which is fantastic. So is there anything else you wanted to cover off, Brad, just at the top of the show?
I guess, like, for one advice I have for folks that are joining in is introduce yourself in the chat as well. So say hello. It's always really fun if you engage in the chat, like say your name, maybe a little bit about yourself. It doesn't have to be about technology, but it always makes it a really good experience for you, and you can sort of already start to meet the community members. So don't be shy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think to kick things off, we've got a first speaker who I think oozes some of those characteristics you were just talking about in terms of having fun, getting involved with people in chat. I was kind of having a bit of banter with him on LinkedIn and his company when they announced the speech, and kind of realized they probably don't know who I am. And I'm just some random saying I'm going to have spicy questions waiting for Simon after his talk. And I was quickly like, oh no, I'm there too. I'm involved. This isn't me taking pot shots at one of your engineers, I promise. So I'm really excited because, one, I've got to try to think of a good question for Simon, which I think is going to be difficult because he clearly knows his subject matter. So that's going to be difficult for me to try to find something that might give him pause at least for half a second. But I'm also really excited because what he's talking about is something that's really, really close to what I've spent a lot of time doing and what I'm really excited about. Talking about when I get up and talk at events and things is, talking about Terraform and how do you, work with people on that, not just how do you work with just the tools, because one of the easiest things to do in technology is choose a technology. One of the hardest things to do, I find, is to kind of get a lot of buy-in and kind of change to the culture that comes along with that as well.
Sure.
Fantastic. Alrighty. So we might switch to our first speaker now, who is Simon. We'll let his name out of the bag already. Simon's an extremely experienced AWS GCP lead cloud engineer, and has kind of spent his career working through building highly robust, highly available, recoverable infrastructure and applications, which is pretty good in my book. And then he keeps building on that skill list by essentially saying that he's got a strong focus on automation, CI/CD, as well as optimization. So, Simon, if you want to chat after this, and I can get some tips on how to be better in those spaces, I'd be really keen to have a chat as well. But essentially, Simon's going to be talking to us about infrastructure as code, self-service, and kind of the people in between that, which is really, really exciting and really interesting, and especially how you kind of go through scaling that to meet your requirements from your end users as well, which I'm really kind of excited about listening to and kind of concentrating on. So with that, let's introduce Simon and let's listen to the first talk.
Sounds good to me.
Sorry, I was on mute. The story of my life around COVID, I suppose, is on mute. The running joke. Anyway, my name is Simon. As I've said, I'm going to be talking about IOC and the people in between, not just the end user. So let's get it going. If I can get the slide going. All right, so firstly, just a bit about me. Who am I? As I said, I'm a lead engineer at Enabler. I've been using Terraform for now close to 5 years. I started around 0.6, so makes me a bit old, but that's cool. What do we do at Enabler? We were a consulting company, mainly focusing on AWS, GCP, Kubernetes, providing platforms and help people, better their experience. So, sorry, my keyboard seems to be a bit slow. So what I'm going to be talking about today is pretty much infrastructure as code and the people involved in that process, and we'll have a look at some characteristics of what good looks like in terms of self-service, and essentially trying to satisfy each and every one of those people within IOC process, and keep them happy. So who are the people involved in the process? So this is I suppose my opinion on who's involved, and we have the end user, of course, or the customer, security and risk. Sometimes they can be separate, sometimes they can be together. Change management, Scrum Masters, project managers, managers in general, and also the team that's building the IOC. So what do these people want? So generally the end user, and that in this scenario is fellow developers, fellow engineers, is that they just want to be able to create infrastructure as code as quickly as possible and as easily as possible without any issues, without any problems. So the easier we make it for them, the better off they'll be. Next, security and risk. So generally in the IOC process, security and risk are heavily involved because it's always a key topic when it comes to infrastructure. And generally with security, you want to make sure that you don't create any breaches, you don't introduce any vulnerabilities. And then risk generally wants you to make sure that you're not going to cause any crazy outages for them and cost them millions of dollars. Next, we look at change management. Generally, change management, some places have them, some places don't. If you're lucky that you don't have one and you don't have to worry about change management, it's still good to think about change management anyway, because the processes within change management are very valuable. But what does a change management person want? He wants, or she wants, to make sure that you don't introduce any bugs, cause any outages, reduce performance, stuff like that. The other thing is they want you to document what you've changed and make sure you keep a record of it. Next, we look at the management folk. Management generally wants you to deliver features fast and deliver value to the end user. So throughout this whole process is pretty much what we'll be looking at too. Engineers, well, me as an engineer, first thing I want to do is automate everything that I possibly can, reduce the amount of toil that I have to do, and worry about the fun stuff that I want to work on, not repetitive, boring, mundane stuff that can be automated away. And for anyone that out there that doesn't know what toil is just pretty much any manual repetitive task that you're going to have to perform every day. So let's have a quick look at what does good IAC self-service look like. Now, there's nothing really out of the blue here. To be honest, it's all about what I've learned during my career and about DevOps. So essentially, I'm just applying DevOps to IAC and following that kind of methodology to produce what is needed. So we'll go through the various things like user journey maps, modularization, testing and assurance, governance and security, CI/CD, documentation and automation. So let's go into a bit more detail into a few of those things now. All right, so let's start off with the end user. And to be honest, one of the key things I see when I'm working as a consultant within businesses is when you're creating self-service, and this is self-service for the end user within an internal business, for other IT workers or colleagues, peers, whatever you want to call them, we always forget about the end user. And we kind of think we know what they want, maybe because we're in the same field. I don't know, but really it is super important that you actually ask them what they want. And how can we do some of these things? Some of the tools that I've come across that are useful for me are user journey maps, essentially pretty much putting yourself in the user's feet and going through the process that would take you through self-service, IAC, the whole CI/CD process, pretty much anything within the process. Try and put yourself in their shoes and work it out. The other thing that I've come across in the last couple of years is customer empathy sessions or user empathy sessions. It's essentially looking at going into a group with a bunch of end users, having a session with them, trying to go through pain points. For example, if you've got a pain point through CI/CD, sitting down with them and them taking you through the process or you going through the process and then trying to work out how, as a group, how to fix some of these things. And finally, continuous feedback. A lot of the times I also see that when we look at creating self-service, we don't always get continuous feedback. We set it up and we just leave it, and then it can kind of go stale, or other things go, you need other, I suppose, features or something like that, and it kind of gets left to the side. So it's quite important. Next, we're going to talk about modularization. And this is pretty much key to self-service when it comes to Terraform and ISE. You need to make some awesome modules that people want to use. And I'm not talking about modules where you create resources, a couple of resources or something. I'm talking about a proper logical group of resources, like, an application, cluster, networking, whatever it may be, but groups of resources. We don't go out and just create a module one-to-one with a resource. So make sure you plan it out and have a think about it, and talk to, once again, the end user and see what they want. Next, opinionated modules is very important in my opinion. And we'll talk about it further in security, but opinionated modules can help with security, risk. They can make sure that the user doesn't do things that you don't want them to do. And also, it reduces choice for that user. So they're not going to make mistakes when they're creating a module. So that's quite important. Next, testing. Testing is always important. A lot of places don't test their modules. It can be hard testing modules because, you've got TerraTest, but that's a great tool, but it's not really the same as actually going and using a module. So at the moment, I've only really used TerraTest, and I'm still always thinking of better ways to test modules. So far, I haven't really come across it, but keep experimenting. We might get there one day. Next, auto documentation. I don't know if anyone's come across a tool called Terraform Docs. It's an awesome tool. It pretty much creates documentation for your modules. Go have a look, because I know, like myself, I hate doing documentation just like everyone else does. And this does it for you. So go have a look. It's really important. The end user needs to understand what that module is going to do and how you're going to use it and so on. So anything that does it for you is gold. Next, we want a module library, and you don't want a module library that's private, somewhere hidden in some private GitHub repo in your business. You want something that's publicly available for everyone to access, and even people be able to contribute to these module libraries too. There's no point hiding it away, because then it just doesn't get used. Last thing I also wanted to talk about here was the auto dependency updating of modules when you're using them within your code. There's various tools out there that I've used, like Renovate or Dependabot, that can potentially update your versions for you when you do update modules. Because it's always kind of scary when you come into a business and you see someone using a Terraform module and it's 5 or 6 versions behind, and then you go and update it to the current version and you go, oh, what's going to happen? So it's important to keep them up to date. And on that note too, you always try and, I suppose in general, just in the IT world, anything like this, you don't want to introduce breaking changes in your modules. So if you can avoid it, always try and avoid breaking changes. Next, we're going to look at testing and assurance. So looking at testing and assurance, we've got linting. Now, thankfully, Terraform CLI has got some great tools in it, like Terraform Format. It can go and format everything for you. So I haven't really gone and used any third-party linting tools, but there are other ones out there, something like TF-Lint, if you really want to go and force people to do something that the Terraform format doesn't do for you. But essentially, you're just keeping your code in line with your best practices, and that's what you want. So if anyone does contribute to it, you'll know that straight away, this is what I've got to do, or this is the behavior that these fellows want me to follow. Next, validation. This is essentially just testing your syntax is correct, anything like that. And there's another tool, once again, that Terraform provides, which is Terraform Validate, that can do this for you. it is gold. I suggest if you don't use it, because it can pick up these silly little mistakes that you don't particularly notice straight away. Next, unit testing. Unit testing is, I suppose, difficult in the world of Terraform, but not impossible. The tool that I use is TerraTest, and it can provide you a good way of testing your code before you merge it into main, and making sure that your code is valid. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Finally, end-to-end testing. This for me is super important. And when I say end-to-end testing, this isn't just a simple plan. I want to run a plan. I want to make sure that the plan works. And then I want to deploy that actual plan live into an environment. So potentially you can have a feature environment if you're lucky enough that your business can afford it and allows you to spin up environments and trash them after each feature. Then apply it, run some testing after you've applied it, make sure that everything's right, and then destroy it. It can be a lifesaver, especially in the world of Terraform, because as everyone knows, a plan sometimes will plan fine, but not always apply correctly and give you errors. Next one, governance. I think this is fairly kind of new in my eyes when it comes to the world of IAC. I suppose with the creation of Sentinel or policy as code, we've gotten into the world of governance, and now we can potentially say, okay, what does my business want me to do? I can write any policy I want as code and then apply it via or test that policy against my code via Sentinel or Comptest or numerous other tools too that can do the same thing. Stuff like I only want to use a particular region, or I don't want to let my end user create instances that are extra large and do crazy cost wasting things like that. Another one in the list of tools for governance is InfraCost. InfraCost is also a new tool that I've discovered. It's quite good because it gives you a cost at the end of your plan, and then it can give you even the diff of what currently was deployed to what is getting deployed. So you get a diff in cost. So you could see how much money you're potentially going to use by applying that code. And this is quite important because, as we know, cloud can really run away when it comes to cost. If you're not careful, you can spin up stuff and go, oh my God, at the end of the month, you've got, hundreds of thousands of dollars potentially wasted. So, you don't want to overspend. So that's a good way of stopping that happening. Finally, change management. Like I said before, change management is important. And even if you don't have any sort of change management within your business, it's super important that you use some sort of change record or release record or change me file or something, whatever it may be. You need to record what you've changed from previous release to the release. It's super important so that people can come in and have a look at what's changed. If potentially you've introduced any bugs, you can go back and say, okay, well, I need to look at these things and so on. It is quite important. So don't ever overlook that. Always make sure you do create some Docker around changes. Next, security. And I think this is one of the newest players in the IAC world. I've always struggled a lot with security when it came to IAC, especially in the first couple of years of using Terraform. There was no real security about it and best practices on how to secure IAC. And security are always concerned about it because, who can come in and use, create, destroy alter your infrastructure and then take advantage of it. So firstly, user access. We all know who should be able to use your code or alter your code. So it's just quite important that you restrict it within GitHub, or if you use Terraform Cloud, you can do that within Terraform Cloud. But user access is quite important. Make sure you don't just allow everyone to go and make changes to whatever without any PRs or anything like that. You want to secure it through GitHub PRs, at least 2 reviewers, and then it can go through that. But yeah, and potentially if you want third-party people to use it, you can allow forked PRs within the repo. And the other thing is, make a user guide in your repo, just like you would, or contribution guide, I should say, just like you do within public repos where you want to contribute open source code. Do the same. Let them know what your conditions are and tell them what you need to do to get everything going. Next, Sentinel and Conftest again. Policy as code can really help security. You can go and stop people doing stupid things like, okay, I'm going to open up port 80 to all people everywhere. I mean, that's pretty stupid to do, but it's been done, and I've seen it happen by accident. But this policy as code can stop that. So tools like that are quite important. Next, static analysis tools. These potentially can scan your configuration. There's tools like TFSec, Terraform Scan, CheckOV, Deep Source that can potentially scan your code and look for misconfigurations and potentially any other things like I just mentioned too before. Potentially look at port 80 open to everywhere. Finally, modules. Modules is an easy way you can really secure your modules and have that end user only use the modules. So when you create very opinionated modules, you only give them small amount of choice. You bake in everything that security wants into that module. For example, you're not allowed to access, keep using it, but I'll keep using it. You're not allowed to access port 80 and all. So if you wanted some security groups, let's create some network security groups, common ones that you can use, and then potentially block all that kind of stuff and say, hey, this is the module you can use, and away you go. And another tool within modules is variable validation. So variable validation also is new, but it can really provide some help here. You can give a choice to a user between a few things, or you can say, hey, I'm not going to allow you to do port 80 ever. You only got a choice between 443 and maybe 8443. Whatever it may be, you can do it within variable validation. Next, drift detection. This is fairly new to the table too. I've only ever seen it once done, and it wasn't really done with any tools. It was done manually. So first, let's just talk about why it's important. It's important because you want to ensure what you've deployed hasn't changed. And why do you get drift? Potentially, you can get drift because someone's manually gone in and changed something. You can get drift because something automatically has changed it, as in, some other process within your application has gone and changed something. Or potentially someone else has broken into your cloud desired, whatever cloud you choose to use. They've broken in and started changing stuff in the worst scenario, but hopefully that doesn't happen. So it's important to look at drift. And how can it be done? Well, what I've seen in the past is generally you automate a plan and you run it every hour or so. You check for any drift, and the plan does give you a bit of information about drift before the actual plan. So you can check it that way and then report to something like Slack or email or wherever it may be. But now we've got some fancy new tools, and and one of them is drift detection by Terraform. So that's in beta at the moment. Other tools that potentially do the same thing is Drift CLI by Snyk and Bridge Crew by Prisma Cloud. And Bridge Crew, I believe, was or used to be the old Redlock. Finally, yeah, drift detection by Terraform in beta coming out soon, I suppose. So that's probably some of the things you can use. I haven't actually used any of those tools myself, but it's something that I'm looking forward to using. All right, so now let's all bring it together. So we've gone through a bunch of stuff. How can we make sure that everyone's satisfied in this process? So looking at the pipeline, so what does continuous integration do for us? That makes us secure. It makes sure that you don't make any mistakes, or you try and reduce the amount of mistakes you've made. You try and test as much as you can. So you're looking at making sure that the testing team is happy and assurance is all good. You make sure that security is happy with your static analysis tool and your policy as code, same as governance. So it's kind of all there on the left in the integration, continuous integration. And also a bit more security when it comes to GitHub and like I was saying, when it comes to all that user access and all that, and then continuous deployment is through there. So let's just go through this slide and have a look at it. And go through it. So this is my optimum pipeline. This is my best of breed pipeline, I would say. If I could, this is how I would do it. If I could do it. All right. So firstly, you have your Terraform module registry. So your user would go and grab a module, put it to their local development. You'd go to Git, then you'd create a branch, merge, then you trigger CI. CI would do, your validation, your format, your linting, your testing, your security checks, everything that you can possibly think of. And then either it fails, notifies you via Slack, or you get to merge with at least 2 people reviewing your PR. Once it's merged and you know that all the checks are passed, it goes through the continuous deployment process. So it does your plan and apply to your desired cloud. I haven't really given a cloud there, but you can use any cloud you want with Terraform. And then another important task to do after you apply is some sort of smoke test. You want to make sure that what you've deployed hasn't destroyed or created any other issues within your environment. And you want to go through each and every one of your environments until you get into production. I won't go through environment progression because that's our next talk, and there'll be quite a bit of detail in that. So I'll kind of gloss over that. You go to the non-prod. The only other thing that I would do in a non-prod environment would be a load test to make sure that what you've deployed is going to work in production. Finally, when you get to production, smoke test again. If you're lucky enough to have some sort of user testing, some sort of what do you call them? Lost the word, but you understand. I'll just keep going. But yeah, you want to test your environment, make sure you haven't once again made any mistakes and destroyed it. And after all that, you can either do the change record during the process, at the end of the process, depends on yourself, and depends on I suppose change management within your organization. Some places want you to open a change record at the start of the process and then close it at the end of the process, so you've got some sort of timing. Other places don't mind as long as there's some sort of change record somewhere with the information, and you can automatically create that. Finally, bolt-on drift detection, and you're always continually looking at your cloud environments and making sure that nothing's changed, and you're getting notified via Slack. And pretty much throughout the whole process, I would strongly recommend always getting notified to Slack or whatever your, I suppose, instant messaging is, if need be, email. But throughout the whole process, you need feedback. There's no point doing this without feedback. You want to know when something breaks so you can fix it. You want to know when something goes wrong with security or drift or whatever it may be. You want to know about it. So always make sure you're getting notified through Slack or something like that. All right. So after we've brought it all together, there was one more point that I missed on that slide. Sorry, it looks like I'm going to go over time, but I'll try and make it quick. One thing, and something that I haven't done, but I would love to do and try and work out, is template this up. Most deployment tools, CI tools, are all YAML-based or code-based, config as code. So template it up. It's going to be a repeatable process. So everyone that wants to use your pipeline can, and then you ensure that you get that same pattern across each and every team that wants to use your services. And by templating it up, you ensure that nothing really changes when it comes to security and user access and governance and so on. So templating this is the next step. Finally, once it's all brought together, how do we make those managers happy? We need to measure this stuff, and something that you can use is DORA. So what is DORA? DORA is a state of DevOps research program. It's been around for a long time, and essentially it has some key goals. So one of the things that is characteristics of DORA is IAC, infrastructure as code, and it talks about it in detail. I'm not going to go too much detail into it, but go have a look at it, go have a read. And essentially what we're doing here is we're going to measure, I suppose, the efficiency of your pipeline. The 4 key features that you want to measure are deployment frequency, lead time to change, time to restore service, and change failure. And this is pretty much what all Scrum Masters, managers, whoever project managers want. They want quick deployments. They want to deliver value to the customer without, so you're increasing speed without causing more failure rate. And that's pretty much key. And you need to measure this so that you can improve your ISC service, self-service. Without measuring, you don't know if you're doing it well or not. And if you don't know, you'll never improve. So yeah, jump in and have a look at DORA and see if you can start measuring stuff. So some of the key takeaways here are, I would say that you need to really look at who the people in ISC are and how can you really listen to what they want, and how can you do that via automation, CI/CD, and make sure that everyone in that process is happy. And if you get everyone happy in that process, not only will you have an awesome ISC pipeline, but you'll be king of the world, I suppose, because everyone will love you. Yeah. So I hope what I've talked about it will be helpful and useful. Thank you, everyone, for listening. I suppose it's Q&A time. I'm not sure how this will work at the moment, but we'll see.
Thanks so much, Simon. That was awesome. For Q&A time, I recommend just hanging around in the chat and answering those there. And if anyone's got any questions for Simon, throw them in there. Which means, Simon, you do escape my live interview spicy question that I couldn't think of on the spot. So you'll get away with that one. I'll have to keep that for one of the meetups, which is why people should come to the meetups. How did you find it, Brad?
Yeah, I think it was great. It was really wholesome. It really covered so much things that are not normally on talks. And I think it would have sparked a lot of ideas for folks to go out and implement. One of my questions for Simon was going to be, out of all the tools that you listed, what is your favorite one? And I guess it would be his Terraform docs one that he liked. So that's very good.
That's one of my favorites up there. I think Terraform docs, like not having to build tables in Markdown, anything that helps me do that, I'm there for it. I'm for it, right? I think that's great. I'm always cautious. I don't know. It sparks debates in my head because I'm always cautious about leaning into Terra test and testing of Terraform really hard, because I don't know about your experience or even Simon's for that matter. Maybe you can put some thoughts in the chat. But from my perspective, it's really hard to find infrastructure people that write Go. And so it can be quite sometimes raise the barrier to entry for people, but you kind of also reduce the weight. So it's kind of one of those trade-offs. If you've got some really, rock star DevOps guys that kind of have come from software dev background, you can get so much done and so efficient, but you sometimes have to really build up to that point as well.
And if there's anyone listening, throw it in the chat what your favorite tool is and what you like to use. And yeah, we'd like to learn some more. Yeah,
absolutely. But good news, Simon's not going anywhere, because Simon is doing a 2-for-1 with us today. So I don't have to introduce Simon again. But what we've got joining Simon also from Enabler, we've got Simon, who goes by him, as well as Luke, who goes by him, and they're going to be doing a talk for us kind of around almost evolving from Simon's talk a little bit, probably a little bit more technical than more of the culture change and how to scale that from a people perspective, but kind of leaning into some of the environment progression aspects of how to do that with Terraform. And, I think we've all, I don't know about you, Brad, you probably follow better practices than me, but I think we've all been there late on a Friday night. Cowboy hat comes out, goes on, and we just go, I got to get this in. Let's just do it in prod, right? And so to learn some better ways than just going with that on a Friday, which is a guarantee to get a call on a weekend, guarantee. Is going to be is really interesting. I'm really looking forward to it. Is there anything from you on this talk that you're kind of really looking for a takeaway?
For the talk with Luke and Simon next?
Yeah.
So that one was the progressive delivery. So I think really interested to see how they progress through environments and how they use that code that doesn't really change for each environment. So really interested to see how they do it.
And I think it's a great kind of tag team we've got here with Simon, who's got that heavy, reliable infrastructure background, and we've got Luke, who's got, loads of experience in AWS GCP as well, but also from the Kubernetes side as well. So really kind of bringing that whole kind of answer together as well, or that whole problem and solution together with progressive infrastructure. So without any further ado, let's see if we can get back to our times, because Simon was too interesting to kind of cut him off. We'll throw over to Luke and Simon to run through environment progression with Terraform.
Thanks for joining us today. I'm Luke, and this is Simon, and we're going to talk about infrastructure environment progression with Terraform. But first, a little bit about us.
So, we're Enabler, a consulting company, and we mainly specialize in helping our clients create platforms using GCP, Kubernetes, and AWS.
In working with our various customers, we've seen a bunch of different ways of doing this with Terraform. Today we'll talk about some of the characteristics we've noticed that good approaches seem to have in common. We'll go through a few of the approaches we've seen and try to identify where they fall over. And then we'll go into a little bit more depth about our favorite way to do this.
Why are we here talking about effective environment progression?
That's a good question. Before I answer that, let's take a little step back to talk briefly about DORA, as I'm sure many people here know. DORA is a research-based organization that has identified 4 kind of key measures of high-performing teams. So they've found that if if teams are able to do frequent deployments, then they're able to introduce changes much more rapidly. If they have minimal lead time to change, then they're able to get the value from changes much more quickly. If it's quick to restore after a failure, then customer impact can be minimized. So again, you can push out changes more quickly with less fear. And if there's a lower change failure rate, then things are going to go wrong far less often. Yep. They've found that infrastructure as code is a key driver of these. If you have good practices here, you can improve all 4 of these measures. Yeah. I'd also recommend that as you try to make improvements to your environment progression and to anything with your infrastructure as code, that you find ways to continuously measure these, because if you make changes, you do want to see one or more of these improving. And if you're not seeing, if you're not measuring these, then how can you tell whether you're going in the right direction?
So what does good look like? So first we want to start with some simple, consistent code and layout. It's quite important to structure your code in a specific way when it comes to Terraform, because once we start growing our Terraform repo, things can get out of hand quite quickly.
That's right. We want to make it as easy as possible to add new functionality over time, so it should be obvious where and how to extend things. Related to that, we also want to keep our environment-specific code to a minimum. We want to limit that really to just a handful of environment-specific Terraform variables if we can.
That's right, Luke. So the key point there is keep your code dry. So the other thing we want is minimal blast radius. So what does that mean in Terraform? That means keeping your Terraform state into smaller bits, into logical groups like applications, clusters, networks, stuff like that.
Yeah. It also means having a separate state file for each environment. It's also really important that if we're going to have this environment progression, that we actually take a change and progress it through environments. What we don't want to do is take a change and copy paste it from environment to environment, or do something that looks like the same change in each environment. We want it to actually be the same change applied in each place.
That's a good point, Luke. So the other good point is automation. Automation is pretty much what brings it all together. Continuous integration and continuous deployment. We want to be able to deploy all the way to production, moving from dev, test if you have it, non-prod, pre-prod if you have it, and then production, all in one go.
Okay, so now we'll have a look at some of the different strategies we've seen teams take to deal with this, and some of the challenges that we've experienced in doing it.
So one of the things I've seen is straight into production. Now, is that a good thing? Probably not, because you've got nowhere to test. And of course, well, what can go wrong when you're testing in production? But some of the things that we can tick off here are, look, your code layout's probably going to be nice, clean, because you've only got one environment. You're probably going to have minimal repeating code, because once again, you've got the one environment. You're not going to be able to apply progression through your environments because you've only got one environment. And then when we get to continuous integration and deployment, yeah, you can do it, but once again, it's only one environment. And of course, your blast radius will be minimal because, yeah, guess what? You've got one environment.
So maybe you've grown a little bit beyond just having the one environment. You want to add a second. One of the ways we've seen this go wrong is people take their existing Terraform config and just add additional resources in there for more environments. So that's already starting to complicate your code layout. It's increasing the blast radius, because if you get something wrong, you're going to get it wrong for all the environments. It makes it really hard to be sure that you're testing the same change in each environment.
So another thing that we usually see is when people start splitting out their environments into different repos. Now, why is this bad? This can be bad because you're pretty much copying and pasting each and every one of your environments into different repos. This means a lot of copying and pasting. Your code's going to be repeated across each and every environment. So what's going to happen is your environments potentially can come out of sync. So you might have a database in dev, but you might not have it in test. Something like that is very easy to do, and it's a common occurrence when you have separate repos. The other thing is continuous deployment. You can't have continuous deployment if you've got different repos with different code. So you're not going to be able to progress your change through each and every environment. Additionally, continuous integration needs to be, once again, copy and pasted in each repo, potentially causing issues there too.
Yeah, so another variation on this is rather than splitting out to separate repos, keeping it all within the same repo and having separate independent directories within the same repo. So it might be a dev directory with all of the config for dev and a copy paste of that for production. And again, a lot of the same challenges where these are independent things that evolve separately. Doing any kind of progression is entirely dependent on people remembering to make exactly the same changes in each one at the right times. So yeah, we definitely don't recommend this approach.
So another thing we've seen is separating the environments via Git branching. Why is this bad? This is bad because your branches can get out of sync quite quickly. We're all human. We can't remember what we've put into dev and then got to put it in a test and prod and the rest of it. We'll forget sometimes. The other thing is that each branch, you might try and sync each branch together. For example, trying to merge prod into pre-prod, pre-prod into dev, and you'll have a lot of challenges, a lot of issues trying to merge those code bases together. Continuous integration and deployment potentially could be done, but you're still going to have issues because once again, you've got to change branches and you're going to have different code bases.
Another way we've seen, and I was quite surprised when I first saw this approach, is to have the same code used for each environment. You might even have the minimal variables for environment-specific variables. But then when people come to deploy into each environment, the way they manage introducing changes is to pick specific resources to target. And this has, some of the same challenges as earlier, but with another layer of complexity in that, there's getting the code in the right places, but then there's also remembering to put the right things in the right places, which goes about as well as you'd expect.
The other thing is, can you remember what you've put into each environment?
No.
No, neither can I.
So what can we do about this, Simon?
Well, what can we do? We can have a look at the code structure and the layout. So we need to start off by making sure that we have the same main TF file across every environment. Why do we want that? We want that because that will ensure we have the same building blocks for each environment. We're not trying to copy and paste from environment to environment. We're creating the same thing in each environment. Next, we want to make sure we group our state file into logical groups like networks, clusters, projects, applications, you name it, we can do it. So the code on the left, if you have a look, it groups a cluster and a network. We've added it in the one repo, but it can be in separate repos. And we want to make sure that we keep the state file small. Why is keeping the state file small? Well, it ensures that you can continue to deploy at speed. When your state file gets big, unfortunately, pulling state from a remote bucket and then going to your desired cloud can take a bit of time. So keeping it small increases speed. Next.
Also blast radius.
And yeah, it reduces the blast radius. Thanks, Luke. Yeah, so next we want to keep our code dry. Now, what does dry mean? Dry means don't repeat yourself. Why is this important in Terraform? Because if you repeat yourself, there is potential for environment differences. So if you don't repeat yourself, you may avoid those pitfalls. Next, we look at trunk-based deployment. Now, trunk-based deployment is pretty much the only way to go, in my opinion. Using any other form is not great because you kind of split out your code into different branches and you end up having lots of mess by trying to keep those branches in sync. So all we're doing is creating features off the main. Once we're finished with that feature, merge it back into main, deploy to all environments. Finally, if you need, and this is only if you need, I wouldn't suggest this doing this at all and all the time, but you can do feature toggling. Now, feature toggling, if you wanted to POC out something in dev and then potentially progress it through each environment because you want to be a bit cautious, you can use feature toggling. There's a bit of a code snippet there, which just uses the count function with a ternary and an environment variable to do that.
So another thing to consider when building this stuff out is the use of modules. As Simon showed before, if we focus our state files around logical groupings, that helps a lot. We can also take a similar approach with modules and build them around logical reusable components. So you might have one for GKE, for Kubernetes clusters. You might have another for a database, for instance, for an application. Again, the structure here becomes important over time. If you've got a consistent, well thought out layout for that module code, it makes it much easier to extend over time. You have kind of, as I'm sure people here know, you have two choices here. You could either do local modules if you just want to use something within a repo and you want to dry your code up a little bit. That's an option. The downside here, though, is that as you change that, the changes are going to be picked up everywhere that local module is used. To get around that, you can move that module out to be a remote module, store it somewhere else, and then you can version that and have a bit better control over how new versions of it are introduced. The trade-off there, though, is obviously you get a little bit more complexity. Something we've found works quite well in modules is to be quite opinionated about what defaults you provide, even what things you make as config options, and minimizing the amount of things that can be configured helps, because it's much easier to add a config option later when it's needed than it is to provide them all up front just in case someone needs it, and then if you want to try and remove those later, it's quite difficult. So, workflows and pipelines, one of the key points that I think is an absolute must when it comes to Terraform. So small frequent changes that are safe is a goal. So we want to try and deploy as often as possible with tiny little bits of code. Because if your code is small and you deploy it, smaller blast radius. And how can we do this? How can we achieve this? Automation. So we want to automate it as much as possible. This starts off with CI, and it's a very important step, CI, when it comes to environment progression, so that we can potentially do a hands-off deployment all the way to prod. We want to make sure our CI picks up everything that it can possibly pick up before we merge the PR. So this includes formatting the code, validating the code, testing the code,
doing some sort of policy check. And when I say a policy check, I'm talking about a business policy or a technical policy. For example, we don't want to deploy super large instances to AWS. We can prevent that by putting in a policy. Or if you don't want to use a particular AZ or a particular region. So from there, we want to do a plan. And after the plan, I strongly suggest, but it's not always possible, to do an apply. So if you can, and your company can afford it, do an apply in a throwaway environment and then destroy it. But unfortunately, the bigger you get, the more expensive that gets, obviously. So it's sometimes not possible. Onto CD. So continuous deployment to production. Now, what does this mean? This means hands-off deployment, where it goes from dev to test if you have it, to non-prod, to pre-prod, to production. And that means you don't touch it, it progresses through each and every environment. And after each deployment, you have a set of tests, a set of TBT tests that can validate that you've gone and you've done the right thing and there's nothing broken. So another thing that we see a lot of is unnecessary approvals. So let's say you've got your CI, you've gone and approved that PR, Luke. Thanks for approving it, by the way. Now, it's gone in and is ready for deployment. But for some reason, to get from dev to non-prod, you need to approve it again, Luke.
I'll go click that button.
Why?
Yeah.
So you've just approved something twice for no particular good reason at all. Get rid of those unnecessary approvals and let it go through. Okay, so another point is an all-in-one versus a split pipeline. Now, people are divided on this. I prefer to have an all-in-one pipeline, but then why not both, eh? So have an all-in-one pipeline, and then if you do need to have single pipelines for deploying to individual environments, for example, because I need a bug fix or something like that, then allow that too. But try and use that all-in-one pipeline that does each and every one of those environments for you. Finally, bug fixes and hot fixes. What should you do there? Well, I strongly recommend that you go through the environment progression if you can. If it's something, you know, dire and you need to go through and push it into production straight away, of course, push it into prod so that you get your company up and running again. But I would much prefer to go through each and every one of those environments.
So this is the way. If we consider all of those points we've talked about over the last couple of slides, we tick all of the boxes for issues that we found in the other approaches and improve on all of those metrics we talked about earlier. We increase developer productivity, we reduce the amount of time it takes to get a change out and in front of customers, and it reduces the chances that a change is going to go bad and have a customer impact.
Not every place is going to be able to do what we've just outlined. So we're going to come across some constraints. One of them is being able to deploy to production. Some places require change freezes, change records, manage approvals, and other various business policies or other business constraints. So what can we do about this? We can start using feature toggling on, like I've described on the code structure slide. One of the important points of using feature toggling is that we don't want to bundle up a month's worth of changes and deploy them to production. Try and still deploy as frequently as possible. If that means once a week, sure, but if you can go down to once a day, even better. Apart from that, what else can you see, Luke?
Yeah, so one thing that's I've seen become a problem in multiple places is when there's the combination of not being able to go take a change all the way through to production and multiple teams owning config that's in the same state. So where this becomes a problem is, say Simon's team might go and add some cool new features in there, but they're not quite ready to go to prod with it. I've got something I've got to get out the door really quickly. I add that. But when we go to roll it out, either we're using a branching strategy and we can kind of cherry pick my change, but then we have all of the downsides we talked about earlier. Or if we're using trunk-based development, which doesn't have these downsides, we end up with unrelated changes coming in. So a way to address that is really just to limit the ownership of the config that goes into any particular state to a single team. So at least then within the team, you can manage any differences.
So we really haven't talked about tools much at all, but here are some of the tools that I could potentially recommend for you to have a look at. Firstly, Terraform CLI. No back to front, it is the core piece of tooling that you will use when using Terraform. TerraGrunt, if you're a newbie to Terraform, TerraGrunt can create a layout for you that will help you give that environment progression. One of the downsides to TerraGrunt is getting away from TerraGrunt is a lot more difficult than using TerraGrunt. Terraform Cloud, it's fantastic. Try it out. TerraTest is another great tool. This is for testing your code. I strongly recommend using it. Further from TerraTest is ConfTest. ConfTest helps you do your policy as code. ConfTest uses OPA, so you can write your policies in Rego and then have ConfTest look at those policies and say yes or no in your deployment pipeline. And lastly, Terraform Docs. This is a fabulous tool. Why? Because I don't have to write doco on my modules. It automatically grabs the variables and the info in your repo and creates a nice README so that you don't have to do it. Yeah. So Luke, what are some of the things that we've learned through this presentation?
What I'm hoping everyone takes away from this are that if you carefully consider your environment progression strategy, you can have a big positive impact on engineering productivity, and you can help whichever organization you're working with develop quicker and more safely and more frequently.
Yeah, some of the technical takeaways would be simplifying your code is important, minimizing environment-specific code, making sure you apply your change throughout each and every one of your environments in order. Continuous integration and deployment is an absolute must, and we want to try and always reduce that blast radius. And we can't forget that if you do all these things, we're going to not only make the business happy, but you're going to make people like your managers happy because their world of governance is going to be less stressful. Security people are going to be less stressed because we're going to be providing a lot more secure, frequent deployments. And finally, risk. Potentially you can reduce the risk of issues to your production environment.
Yeah. And finally, you're going to be happier because you're going to be able to get on and do things that you want to do with a lot less hassle.
So, time for some questions. We're more than happy to answer them. If you don't get a chance to ask any questions, we're more than happy to answer them on LinkedIn. So please do reach out.
Awesome. I loved that. That was really great, especially off the back of the last one. And, 2-for-1 Simon really came through with, he even set himself up saying he was going to talk about some things and then got Terraform Docs in there again and smiled about it. It's clearly the favorite, even though he's being a bit coy in the chat. He's not getting away. Terraform Docs clear out in front, I reckon. How did you find that, Brad, compared to the other one?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, no, it was great. It was good going off the last one and going into it. I think having looked there as well with his expertise was really great. So, yeah, no, I really liked it.
And I think Luke brought a really good the dynamic there. You clearly see those guys. I think off some of the back channels I've heard, they've worked together for about 20 years, and you can really see that they're quite comfortable with each other and know where they can play off each other as well, which is fantastic. Be a bit of a dream team to have, in a team. I reckon those two working together, you might get some results done pretty quickly. But up next, special presentation, very special presentation. Looking forward to this one immensely myself, because we've got our very own Brad next to me doing this presentation. Did you want to run into anything really quickly off the top, Brad, or did you want to just launch straight into running with this one?
No, we can launch right into it. I guess one other comment about the last talk is it's really great to see some consultancies talking about it, because they're dealing with so many different clients all the time, and they have the war stories. They see what works, what doesn't work. So it's just really valuable to see their experiences.
And from my own experience at a consultancy, we do this a lot of the same things as them, and it's quite hard to find yourself as a consulting company having an opinion on how a client should do it, rather than just bending to the will of every client you talk to. So really, really awesome to see, like, hey, this is what we think good looks like, and this is what we would recommend. I think those strong things around opinionated models, opinionated tools, opinionated process are, to me, the key to value that you get out of those companies, for sure.
For sure, yeah. Especially with DevOps engineers costing so much now as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It's always good to get more out of your people, and make sure everyone's paid fairly as well. I don't mind that either. But I'm pumped for this. Brad won't do himself justice, so I'm going to pump him up a little bit with an intro whilst he's still on camera, so you can see him turn a bit red. But Brad has had a illustrious, I think would be the word, career to date, starting at TripAdvisor, I believe, and kind of really driving from a software engineering background, which I'm very jealous of, because that's definitely not where I came from. That was help desk, definitely not one of those prestigious engineers. Coming through that, bit of time at Mueller as well, kind of building up a lot of capability that was there, and obviously a HashiCorp ambassador in Sydney, but also a part of the Kubernetes and CNCF program as an advocate there as well. So doing some awesome work there around the events there. So if you see, Kube Days and think in Melbourne, Brad's behind the scenes organizing those things as well, and kind of doing an awesome job now. I think at is it Basic? Is that how you pronounce it? Helping kind of building a platform. Building a cloud engineering team around, how to kind of modernize banking platforms, right?
Yep.
Amazing. I'm keen to hear more about that, but I'm even more keen to hear about what HashiCorp Vault is, and kind of what a really quick run through of all of its kind of capabilities, certifications available, and other kind of tooling that's there. So without further ado, Brad, I'm going to be taking notes down. We'll have some spicy questions, because you can't escape my spicy questions after. And I'm really keen for this one. So let's launch into it.
Sure. Sounds good. Okay, so thanks, Lockie, for the introduction. This presentation will be on introduction to HashiCorp Vault. Who am I? Just had an introduction from Lockie, but my name's Brad McCoy. I'm originally from New Zealand in Christchurch, and I'm now working in Sydney for a fintech company called Basic, and also a HashiCorp ambassador as well. So spending a lot of time in the hugs, which is the HashiCorp user groups. I'm also a board member of the Continuous Delivery Foundation, so I spend a little time in the DevOps world, and also a lot of time in the CNCF as well. So looking forward to meeting everyone, whoever comes to the hugs. So what is HashiCorp Vault? So we're going to go over quite a few, as fast as we can. I mean, this talk's 30 minutes, but really what I want to get out of this talk today is how can you adopt it into your organization? Because anyone can go learn HashiCorp Vault, but the real challenge is to actually convince people, okay, this is what we actually want to use, and how you can try and do that as well. So HashiCorp Vault, you can secure, store, and tightly control access to tokens, passwords, certificates, encryption keys for protecting secrets, and other sensitive data through the UI, CLI, and HTTP API. So really, I mean, it's for, we'll go over some other things as well, but the different flavors of Vault is you can have the open source flavor. So you can pretty much, deploy anywhere that you want. I personally play around with this on Kubernetes, which I enjoy. Starting off, probably, you can just use the CLI and have it working locally is a good way that I'll show you today. If I was to probably, we're starting to implement this soon, so I would like to use the manage Vault because it's easier for me. I don't have to really, because my team's quite small these days, I don't have to support and operate the open source version. So my strategy is probably going to be to use a manage Vault. And then you have enterprise as well, which is for, more big banks and the really big companies. So common use cases for Vault, obviously secrets management. So I think it's important to know that it's not just for storing your usernames and passwords. There's so much more to it. The documentation on HashiCorp is really great. I really enjoy the videos that they have as well. So one use case is secrets management. You can centrally store, access, and deploy secrets across applications, systems, and infrastructure. There's Kubernetes secrets as well, which I'm spend a lot of time with, involved at the moment, playing around with. So you can install Vault using Helm or customize or whatever other way you want to do it with manifest files. And then you can leverage Vault and Kubernetes to securely inject secrets into your application stack. If we have time at the end, I'll show you how I deploy Vault with Argo CD into Kubernetes as well. That's probably going to be another talk though. We also have dynamic secrets. So dynamic secret is generated on demand and it's unique to a client instead of a static secret, which is defined ahead of time and shared. So one good thing, if you jump on the videos, you can see that they talk a lot about moving targets. So it's getting short-lived secrets and you can always, the hackers will never really get you because you're always changing and you're moving around. You can also use it for DB cred rotation. So implementing Vault like pretty early on and sooner rather than later is good for doing stuff like this because sometimes you generate a lot of tech debt and then you can't do the more advanced capabilities like DB cred rotation. So really you want to automate your secrets with it. It's probably a good way of explaining how it works. So DB cred rotation, you can automatically rotate database passwords and then Vault's database secrets engine. There's also identity-based access as well, authenticate and access different cloud systems and endpoints using trusted identities. And then you have the PKI infra as well. So you can use Vault to generate certificates. Another thing that I'm playing around with in Kubernetes with Certs Manager as well, which is very cool. So two more as well. So data encryption and tokenization keep application data secure with one centralized workflow for data that resides in untrusted or semi-trusted systems outside of Vault. And key management, use of standardized workflow for distribution and lifestyle management across KMS providers. And many more. These are just a few of them. So how does Vault work? So Vault works primarily with tokens, and a token is associated with the client's policy. Each policy is path-based, and the policy rules contain the actions and accessibility to the path for each client. With Vault, you can create tokens manually and assign them to your clients, or the clients can log in and obtain a token. So this is a pretty full on, but a nice way to look at Vault. So you can see on the left, which we'll talk about next a little bit in stages as well. So you can use these ways to authentication methods. So it's the identity validation that you can see on the left. Once you know someone or the machine or the client human identity, you then want to then go see what authorization do they have. So that's where Vault policies come in. And it's going to be a really cool talk up next, which is a deep dive into policies, which is when you're learning Vault, it's really important to learn. And then the last step is the secret retrieval as well. So you can see that over here, you can store many different secrets. You can hook them up into the cloud providers as well with HashiCorp tools also, and your standard key value pairs, etc. So there's many more than this. Like they probably just couldn't fit it all on one picture, but this is in the next slides we'll talk about this a little bit more about what it actually does. So the first step, like we said before, is you authenticate. So the client submits their identity, and it's good to know when you're sort of learning these things, the difference between authentication, authorization, and the sort of security world. So you authenticate, so that's saying, okay, we know who this person is or who this machine is, and then we're going to validate it. So Vault validates, so it's going to validate the client identity against a trusted third party. And then they're going to authorize it. So the client match against the Vault security policy will say, okay, we know that John has access, John is John, and then he has access to go retrieve these secrets as well. So that's the whole part of the authorization. And then access, so Vault will then grant the client access to the secret keys based on policies. So this is probably one of my key takeaways that I'd like to emphasize is how can you adopt Vault in your organization or learn it as well. So whenever you want to use new technology or something different, there's a lot of people that are scared. So influencing different personas is really important. So you could be any one of these personas. So you could generally maybe an engineer, I would imagine, that would want to adopt this. They have to then go convince their manager that we should be using this. And then they might have to go to the CTO, CIO as well. So this is the hardest part. Like learning Vault is actually the easiest, but when the managers, that they might say, well, we use AWS for secrets management, why would we want to use Vault? And this is the challenge that you have doing it. And normally that I find that upskilling people is the best way to go about it, because once you upskill people, you'll see that they won't be scared because generally they're scared. Okay, I don't know what this thing is. Like it could be Vault or any technology. And if you run like I did a talk last HashiTalks on DevOps dojos that was quite effective for these things. So each week, it doesn't have to be called DevOps dojo. You can call them like innovation labs. You can even make it part of your sort of agile methodology as well, getting that in there. So running these labs and training people in the business, and even just playing around with it, like just having a fun day where you all come in and do some cool stuff together, you try it out, and that will get the culture going, and then that will help influence the personas. And it's the same in engineering as well. So you have the cloud DevOps team generally. You have like a product owner as well who has deliverables. So they're sort of a blocker in a way where they have a certain deliverable they have to meet. So you have to influence these people as well. So you're having that collaboration and breaking down those silos of what DevOps is about really helps. So you can also do a bit of cross-pollination as well. So you can take someone out of the cloud team, stick them in the development team, and put a development team in the cloud, and see how sort of the both worlds work, and break those silos down. And then that will really it'll accelerate how you can adopt Vault and make your life better. Another way is the certification path. So normally I'm not actually a big fan of certifications, but the HashiCorp ones I really love. I wish that I did the Terraform one a lot earlier, because a lot of like best practices and things that I just didn't do, and I had to go back and refactor the code, and I could have done it in less code and less time. So I'm actually studying my Vault certification at the moment. So I'm going through, HashiCorp has really good, you don't really need to go to like a Udemy or thing. You can just read straight from the docs if you've already played around with it. They have a really good, which we'll show you in the next slide of what's involved. And then you have your certified operations professional as well, that I know nothing about. So I will start looking into that after I do the certified associate, but that will obviously be the next step up, is to do the operations professional. So it's highly deemed in the DevOps world as well. A lot of companies are going to Vault, and if you have those skills, then it's really, really great on your CV. So for the certified associate, these are the topics that they'll go over. So compare authentication methods that we pretty much just talked about before, creating Vault policies, which we'll talk about in the next one. So hopefully these 2 Vault talks will actually spark an interest to actually learn it and check it out, which we'll share some links. Someone will send the links in the YouTube channel now. So the other ones are, access Vault tokens, manage Vault leases, compare and configure secrets engines, utilizing the CLI, the UI, API, explaining the architecture, and then encryption as a service. So that it's quite a cool path to go down. And it's going to teach you a lot around security as well, and not just Vault. And it sort of opens your mind up to traditional ways where you're probably not managing your secrets that well. And it just really keeps you educated on how you can always improve your DevSecOps capability in your business. So we'll do a bit of a demo now as well. This is going to be super easy. So the idea of this is that after today, we want folks to be able to just go onto their computer and have a Vault server running, and then play around, and then the rest is up to you. You can do as little as much as you want. So I use Mac. Apologies if you don't. I'm assuming that maybe most people here will use Macs. If you don't use a Mac, it's pretty similar. All this content is straight from HashiCorp website as well. I haven't done anything differently, so you can just go straight into the website and it will tell you exactly the same in Windows or Linux if you use Linux. So you can see here we just brew install, and then we type Vault, and that will tell us all of the, like here, so we can brew tap, brew install, and then that's gonna obviously download Vault. So Homebrew is a really great tool if you haven't used it before. And then you'll see here that Vault's downloaded, and then you can just run Vault and then check out if it works. So you upgrade it if it needs to, and then write Vault, and then it'll verify. These are all the commands that you use. So if you want to start the server, you can just simply go Vault server dev, and in the next slide as well, I'll tell you how to use the help command. So if you ever get stuck or you forget something, you just go Vault help, or you can use the sub command help, and that will tell you everything you need to know. It's super easy. So Vault server dev, you type Vault server dev, and then you'll see that you get a URL and then a root token at the bottom. So that's very important, because that's how you can interact with the CLI. So you can see here that you can export that environment variable for your local computer, and then you can use that to talk to Vault with the CLI. It'll point it and use your Vault token. And remember, this is like a dev environment too. It's not really made for production. And then also you can use that URL to go into the Vault UI as well. So that's sort of the key things you need to know when you're installing it on your computer. Vault KV help. So this is what I was saying before about it as well. So if you ever don't know what to do, you just go help. And then you can see here, we go Vault help, boom, gives you all the commands that you need. And then you can go into the sub command as well, and then that will give you all of the other parameters that you need. Sub commands, and you can see it does everything for you, like Vault, get, mount secret, etc. So we'll do a UI walkthrough at the moment as well. So I can actually probably just show you this straight on my computer. So let's do that actually. So this is what Vault looks like. So it's always cool to see what the actual thing looks like instead of me just showing a picture of it. So you can see here that you have your secret engines. I'll show on the slides how to enable a secret engine, but super easy. It talks over what we talked about at the start of what things you can use. We have access as well. So auth tokens, you can enable new methods into these groups leases, a bit more advanced. Policies as well, which we're going to see up next. So I won't talk too much about it, but I'm really excited to see the policies talk next. And then tools, so you can use wrap, unwrap, some pretty cool tools there. One really cool thing that I love is the CLI. So you can actually have a CLI in the UI, which is awesome. And you can do all those commands in there as well. So you don't actually need to use like your whatever, CLI tool. This Vault is running on my computer at the moment. And you can see here that I got the root token and the URL, and then that's what I'm looking at in the UI now at the moment, but I can use the CLI as well. So that's like a pretty fast look, but you can see it's pretty easy stuff. It's not too hard. So within a couple minutes, you can get this up and play around with it and do a mini POC and then see if you want to adopt it, and you can teach others as well. So yeah, you can see here that this is enabling a secret engine. You can choose just the standard one, the easiest one to do is just a key value pair, which I'm going to do here. And then path is quite important in Vault. Everything's got a path to it. So I'm enabling a new secrets engine, and then boom. And you can do that the same on the CLI. So anything you can do in the UI, you can do in the CLI as well, or the API. API is not really used as much, but you can see here that, yeah. So this one here is Vault secrets enable path HashiTalks key vault, and then you can see here that I've enabled the KV secrets. And then creating a secret as well, you can just go into create secret. All secrets are versioned. So you can see here that I'm typing path of the secret is Australia, New Zealand, and then I'm putting secret data hub and Sydney to create the secret. And yeah, you can see an example CLI. And then this is the same thing as well, creating a secret. Very, very simple. All this can be found in the documentation. I won't talk too much into it at the moment, but you can see here that we're mounting from the secret, and then we want to say hello foo. And this is straight from the examples as well. And then you can see that the version is 1 as well. So you can keep doing different versions of the secret, and then you can read it back as well. So I actually made a small Golang app as well, which I'll share later, which I won't have time to demo, but I've shown a Golang app of how you can interact with this as well through Go, and have some Helm charts and things that I use in Argo CD as well that I can share. So reading the secret is very similar as well. And that was introduction to Vault, and I hope you enjoyed it. There's a link to the Sydney HashiCorp user group as well if you'd like to join us and come talk about Vault or see some more stuff on Vault as well, which will be running like a certification program, which we did the same for Terraform. So yeah, thank you for watching.
Boom. Drop the mic, walk away, done. I'm ready to launch into a certification, I think. But I think more so, I'm even more excited to use it now, because I think one of the things, especially from at least my background, especially when you look at the cloud operating model from Hashi, is how Vault's like one step up from Terraform, and I don't know, for some of us, it feels like a long way away from what's up in the app world, and it's a bit scary up there. For us lowly infrastructure people, at least that's how I see myself compared to some of the people and what they do. But it's really not that out there. Like it's really cool what it does. It makes it really easy. You don't have to know it all upfront, weapon straight away. You can slowly build up to it.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to show. It's simple to do. Anyone can do it. I was scared of it for a while as well because I was always thinking, well, Vault, I know nothing about it. How can I have it on my roadmap and my list, but I just never got around to it. And then when I did, I was like, oh wow, why did we not do this like 2 years ago?
Yeah, I agree. It's one thing that's been on my map to do this. Like I've played with it. I mean, I think I've had Vault locally running for 2 years, and every now and then it prompts me, "Hey, update," and then I've got to relearn all this again and stuff. So, but it's one of those things that every time I go to a customer or I speak to someone that works at a place, they're like, "I use Vault." It's an immediate. In my mind, they take it seriously. They take their security seriously. When you start to get into immediately much more advanced conversations around, encryption as a service and other things. Because like you said, it's not just usernames and passwords. It's not just secrets. There's a whole heap of other areas that Vault does that not everything else does. I mean, the thought of being able to enable, mutual TLS encryption across apps as a service, that's crazy. I mean, that's next level stuff, right? And just some of the policy stuff too is really, really cool that you can do. And I think that's really what the next talk's about too, which is just a great flow on.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the policy. And I think with that introduction to Vault, if folks haven't used it before, policies is going to take that to the next level. And it's going to be
just when you start to piece these things together, you're like, okay, I've got the authentication, I've got tokens, now I can put policies, and you start to get all those building blocks and put them together. It just paints such a holistic picture of how to enable some of these things at an organization or at your organization, how you can use them. And I'm really pumped to PK or Pratik, depending on what he wants to go by. PK and I used to work at AGL together back in the day, long time ago. I had to put the hard sell on him to bring his team across to Terraform Enterprise back in the day. And now he works at HashiCorp. So I reckon I did pretty good. I reckon I did pretty good selling him. Maybe too hard. maybe I pushed him a bit too hard. But Pratik's an absolute a weapon. Comes from a 20-year plus career as being a lead architect, a tech lead as well from a development background. Was critical in some of the digital innovation work that we did back at AGL and kind of being a thought leader in that space. But wasn't just on the high end of innovation, was kind of like, that's great and that's cool that it works, but how do I secure it? How do we make that work within our culture and our DevOps mindset that we want to roll out? And a bit of a seasoned speaker as well at some NDC conferences and other things. So I'm really pumped for this one to listen to Pratik go through that. His pronouns are he, him as well. And really kind of interested to build on everything that you just covered and launch into some policies and figure out what that's all about as well.
Let's do it.
Awesome. Let's throw to a PK.
Policies provide a declarative way to grant or deny access to paths and operations in Vault. In this talk, I will take a deep dive into Vault ACL policies. Hello and welcome to this session at HashiTalk ANZ 2022. I am Pratik Khasnabis, a Senior Customer Success Architect at HashiCorp based in Brisbane, Australia. In today's talk, I will explain the concept of policies and how it is tied to authentication and tokens in Vault. I will go through the rules to build a policy in Vault. I will show some patterns to use policies together with identities. Finally, I will show some advanced features like fine-grained policies. Let's take a quick overview of Vault. We define Vault as an identity-based secret and encryption management system. The keyword here is identity. An identity of a client is something that uniquely identifies it. The client can be a human user or a machine. It has to prove Vault its identity through the act of authentication. This can take many different forms. For a machine or application, it is commonly a native mechanism of the platform in which it is hosted. For example, AWS IAM role or Kubernetes authentication method. For a human user, it is commonly through schemes like OIDC or LDAP. Vault also provides a simple user plus authentication method that I will use for my talk. Vault policies and client tokens, let's say how it fits together. Most Vault operations require a valid token. For example, to read secrets from Vault, the read request must be accompanied by a valid token. The token has one or more policies attached which dictates what operations are allowed. To get a token, each Vault client must authenticate with Vault. Upon successful authentication, Vault will issue a token. The client can use the token to make requests through the life of the token. The diagram here shows that the Vault admin is responsible for creating policies based on the policy requirements for each client, enables and configures the auth methods. The client app1 will authenticate with Vault via Kubernetes auth method. When the app1 identity is validated, Vault will generate a client token with policies attached and return it to app1. Let's take a quick look at the language of policies. Policies are written in HashiCorp configuration language. Everything is path-based and corresponds to Vault API endpoints. Policies grant or deny access to certain paths and operations. An empty policy grants no permission. Remember that Vault is deny by default system. No policy means no authorization. Let's take a quick look at an example policy. In this case, the path is secret/data/user/Ravi, where secret/data is the default engine path for KV version 2 secret engine. User/Ravi is the path of the actual secret. The capabilities this particular policy provides is the read capability. The capabilities map to HTTP verbs on the API endpoint for Vault. Vault's architecture is similar to a file system. Every action in Vault has a corresponding path and capability. Each path is expressed with the path keyword followed by the absolute path expressed as a string and a stanza that defines the capabilities and other configuration. Vault Enterprise can also employ namespaces to further define a path. What are the various capabilities that are available? These are create, read, update, patch, delete, list. These matches with the HTTP verbs. For example, create capability match with the post and the put HTTP verb. There are two special capabilities, sudo and deny. Let's have a look at the Vault policy HCL syntax. Few things there are glob, which is the star character, and the wildcard, which is the plus character. The glob is any character after the string only at the end of the path. The wildcard or plus character is any character within a path segment. Also, the path can have templates, which we will see. The capabilities we have already gone through. For fine-grained policies, we also have parameter constraints where we can have allowed parameters, required parameters, and denied parameters. In addition, there is also the capability of response wrapping, providing the time to live or TTL for the min wrapping and max wrapping. In this talk, I have some policy requirements. All users should have access to their own secrets at path user / the name of the user and any subpath after that. Users can authenticate using user pass and LDAP auth method and should have same policies regardless of their auth method. All users should have access to their team's secret at the path team / name of the team and then subpath after that. The team for the user is based on the LDAP group the user is in. We also want to restrict encryption operation options and parameters for user. Without much further ado, I will now go into Visual Studio Code where I will show some examples. This is the Vault UI and this is my Visual Studio Code. I have logged in with the root token on the left terminal pane and I will use the right terminal pane for a normal user. I have already enabled the KV version 2 secret engine user plus auth method and created 3 users, Ravi, Mary and Alice. I have also listed these users as you can see in the output, and I have run the command vault policy list, which shows there are just 2 policies there, default and root. These are the 2 built-in policies in Vault. Let's now log in as Ravi and see if Ravi has got access to the user's secret path. The token that is returned after authentication shows there is only the default policy attached to the token, which means it should not have access to the user path. Let's try that one anyway. As you can see, it returned a 403 code that there's no policy that grant access to this path. That means we now need to grant the policy that is required. On my admin terminal, I run the command fault kv get -output -policy and the path. This is something that is available since Vault version 1.11. This parameter shows the policy that is required to access that particular path. In this case, the capabilities are read and the path is there. I can give it to this particular path, but let me give the policy to using a glob character so that all the subpath from Ravi, user/Ravi, will have access for Ravi, and the capabilities will be all the capabilities. So I've created a new policy. Quickly look at that one. So it's a Ravi policy, and the Ravi policy is all access to any subpath after user/Ravi with the capabilities for the whole CRUD operations. Let's assign this policy to Ravi in the user pass auth method. So Ravi policy has now been assigned to Ravi. Now I want to log in again. This time when I log in, I see that the Ravi policy is attached to the token. We can look at the capabilities of the token for a particular path using vault token capabilities command. Let's run the command. It shows that this token has create, delete, list, patch, read and update capability on this path. Let's try to get the secret or create a secret. Secret has been created. I'm going to read this one. This is the MySQL DB secret, and I can read that one. Let's create another secret for AWS credentials. This also works. Now, what happens if there are more users than Ravi? There may be hundreds of users in an organization. We cannot create a policy per user. We need to have some other mechanism of doing that one. This is where the concept of templated policies, entities and groups comes in. Let me go to the Vault UI. In the Vault UI, let me go to the Access tab and Entities. You see there is a thing called an entity. When Ravi authenticated using the user pass auth method, that authenticated identity was automatically created as an entity in Vault. This is this entity, and this entity has an alias for the particular authentication method that was used. If I click this one, it shows that this entity has an alias called Ravi using the user pass auth method. It is possible to create policies with templates from this identity. Let me quickly get the entity ID of Ravi. This is Ravi's entity ID. I want the entity alias ID. Actually, this is the alias ID. And the entity name. I'm trying to read the entity alias ID, and I can see that this is Ravi using the user pass auth method. Similarly, let me read the details of the entity. And this entity has got this canonical ID, and it has got one alias on the user pass auth method. These are the auth methods, and the accessor for the user pass auth method is this one. This can be used in a templated path inside the policy. Let me create this policy and I'll explain this one. So I created a policy called user policy. This is using the variable which is a template from the identity management system of Vault. It will use the name that is coming from the user pass auth method, and I'm providing the mount accessor of the user pass auth method in this template. The identity management system will inject the actual name of the authenticated account using the user pass auth method in the policy. Let me delete the Ravi policy just to be certain. So now we have got this user policy. I will assign this policy to our users Ravi and Mary. Let me now log in as Mary. I have logged in as Mary, and Mary, as user Mary, I will try to create a MySQL database secret. That works. Why it works? Because the user policy gives access to that path, because the name has been replaced inside the template. We can see that the token has the user policy attached. Let me try to quickly read this secret. Yeah, we can read this secret. Now I'll try to log in as Ravi and just repeat the same thing. As you can see, Ravi has also got the same user policy attached, but Ravi has got access to the path which is for Ravi. What if I try to get a secret for Mary? So I'm going to do this one. We can see Ravi doesn't have access to Mary's secret. It only has access to his own secret. Let me go back to the next requirement. Users can also authenticate using LDAP authentication method, and if they use that authentication method, then based on the group they are in, they should have access to their read-only access to the team secret at the path team/the team, and the name of the team is coming from the LDAP group. Let's see how we can achieve this. I have already enabled the LDAP authentication method and configured it. I am using JumpCloud, which is an online LDAP provider. Let me create the engineering team policy. This policy provides access to the engineering team's secret at the path team/engineering/star. I created this policy, and now I attach this policy to the LDAP engineering group using this command: vault write auth/LDAP/groups, and then the name of the engineering group or the name of the group. Let me also create an example secret for the Tesla API. Can anyone understand the value of that key? I'll go to the UI to show this thing once again. On this side, let me log in as Ravi. If I go to the UI, we have seen that there was one entity for Ravi, and because I have logged in as Mary, there is another entity for Mary as well. This entity has the alias for Mary, so this is Mary's entity with 315, and this is Ravi's entity with 5702, and the alias that we have seen before. Let me just copy this entity ID, entity name, and the alias ID. I am going to delete this automatically created alias. And the entity as well. I'm also going to clear the user policy that we have attached to Ravi's user account in the user pass auth method. Okay. Let's go back to the UI. Now I see that Ravi's entity and its alias has been deleted. I will now manually create an explicit entity for Ravi to represent Ravi. Let me create that entity. I have created the entity for Ravi and also given the policy, user policy. Let me go to the UI and see this one. Okay, there is now an entity for Ravi, and this entity has the policy, user policy. Let me also create, and I need to get the ID for this entity created, that's this one. I will create two aliases for this entity. One alias will be for the user pass auth method using the accessor for that auth method. The other alias would be for the LDAP auth method using the accessor for that auth method. So I created one alias and the other alias for the LDAP auth method. We should now see these two aliases in the UI. Okay, we see that this entity now has two aliases, Ravi from the user pass auth method and Ravi from the LDAP auth method. And the policy is now not attached to a particular auth method, it is attached at the entity level. Let's log in as Ravi using the user pass auth method. When I log in as user pass auth method, I see that the token policy is just a default policy, but it has still got the user policy, but it is now an identity policy because it is coming from the identity management system, not from the auth method or the method that generated the token itself. I should still be able to read the secret from db/mysql path because the user policy allows it. But if I try to read the secret for the team secret, that will not be allowed. This will only be allowed if Ravi has logged in using the LDAP authentication method, because the LDAP group that Ravi belongs to will have that policy. Let me log in now using the LDAP auth method. I should still be able to read the user secret, and now I'll try to read the team secret. That's allowed because the engineering team policy is attached to the token, because this token was generated by the LDAP auth method and we have given this policy to the LDAP group. Let me go to the Jump Cloud UI to show this thing. So in the Jump Cloud, you can see in the user group, I have an engineering user group with Ravi and Mary both as users in that group. Because Ravi logged in, the group information came through LDAP, it was matched in the authentication method and the appropriate policy was attached. There is another way and a more flexible way by which we can do this thing. This is by creating a group inside of Vault itself. Let me first clear the policy from the LDAP group. I will now create a new group in Vault Identity Management System named Engineering, whose type is external, and to still have the engineering team policy attached to it. This time, instead of hard coding the group name engineering or the team name engineering, I am going to use the template facility to get the name from the actual group. This is the group ID that was returned. And the policy path will use the name of that particular group in its template. This will be injected by the identity management system inside the policy. Let me create this policy. Okay, I have updated the engineering team policy. Now what we need to do is to create a group alias. A group alias is similar to the entity alias, except it is for a group and it will be for the engineering group and the alias will be for the LDAP auth method. The group ID again I'll just copy. I have created this group. We can see this in the Vault UI. In the Vault, if I go to groups, I can see there is an engineering group. This engineering group has one alias through the LDAP auth method, also named engineering, and it has a policy attached, engineering team policy. Let me now log in as Ravi again. And this time I am going to use the LDAP auth method for logging in. And I'll try to read the engineering team secret. That works. And the user secret, that also works. If we see the token, we see that the engineering team policy is now attached as an identity policy. Previously, it was a token policy. Identity policies are policies which are assigned to identities, and this gives additional permission to a token on top of the existing policies. If the token presented on the API request contains an identifier for the entity, and if that entity has a set of policies on it, then the token will be capable of performing actions allowed by the policies on the entity as well. This is a paradigm shift in terms of when policies of the token gets evaluated. Before identity, the policy names on the token were immutable, attached at issuing time. But with entity policies, along with the immutable set of policy names on the token, the evaluation of policies applicable to the token through its identity will happen at request time. This adds enormous flexibility to control the behavior of already issued tokens. What it means is that identity policies are always evaluated when the request is actually made. I'm going to show a good example of this one. Let's say that Ravi has logged in through LDAP and he is using a token, and the token has a long time to live. In the meantime, some sort of compromise has happened on the LDAP authentication system of the company, and there is a emergency requirement to deny all access to the team secrets. How can I achieve this one? Let's see this. Let me just go back and copy the group ID. I am creating a new policy called deny policy. The deny policy will deny any access to the team secret based on the name of the group in the template. And this is how this looks like. And the deny policy is the special capability which will deny access to the path. Let me create this policy first. And now I will attach this policy to the engineering group. Go back to this pane. Remember, I'm not logging in again. I've got the same token, and I'm going to access the engineering team's secret API key Tesla. Let's try this one. This policy was an identity policy. The identity policy has now changed because I've added a new policy called deny policy, which denies access to that path. Even though the token hasn't changed, but because the policy evaluation for identity policies happened at the request time, it was denied. This is a very powerful capability. Let's quickly do a vault token lookup to see what the token looks now. If we see this one, now we see that the identity policy is user policy and a deny policy. So the engineering team policy has been removed from this identity and a deny policy has been put in place. This was quite powerful because even though we didn't reissue the token and Ravi didn't log in again, yet we could attach the policy to its identity and deny access that was required. I wanted to show a few more capabilities of the policies for fine-grained control. Some of these things are allowed parameters. For example, when creating keys, we can allow certain parameters to have certain values. For example, the auto-rotate period must be 12 hours or 24 hours. I'm using the transit secret engine in this example. And the key type must be AES 256 or RSA 4096 because that's what the security policy says. If somebody who has that policy, in this example Alice, tried to create a key with RSA 2048 key type, it will not be allowed because the only key types that are allowed are RSA 4096 and AES 256. Similarly, we have given a transit user policy to our users, let's say Mary and Ravi. They can decrypt using the policy, but they have to have wrapping of the output. which means the output is not the raw plain text. It has to be wrapped in a token, and that token will have a TTL, which is a minimum of 1 second and a maximum 120 seconds. This will reduce the chance of the secret getting misplaced. And if it gets misplaced, because the token will expire, nobody can actually retrieve the plain text. Similarly, for encryption, there is a denied parameter of key version, which means that you cannot provide an older key version or even the current key version for that matter, because the default is the current version. So it will only allow encrypting using the current version. These are some of the fine-grained capabilities or policies that we can use. I'm not going to show this one because I'm running out of time, but it is something that you can look at later. I'll produce this code in my GitHub later. Let's go back and see what we have learned today. We have learned about templating of the parameters from the identity management system of Vault. We have seen that Vault has an identity management system with entities and groups. In this example, the group name was engineering, and there were two entities, Ravi and Mary. Each one of them can have aliases, and it is possible to attach token at various levels in the hierarchy. We can have token policies at the auth method itself, or we can have identity policy at the entity level, or identity policy at the group level. So key takeaways from my talk today as: use policies for access control, create entities and groups, use policy path templates, and assign policies to entities and groups for your access control. Once again, thanks for attending the session at HashiCorp ANZ 2022. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the day.
What do you think?
Wow. If yours was an introduction, wasn't that a deep dive? That was that was a play-by-play of how to go from policies, not knowing what they are, to like, this is the ins and outs, this is the response. This is, that was very detailed.
Yeah, I'll have to watch that again on YouTube to get. There's a lot of detail, which is great. It'll help for the certification on policies as well. So yeah, it's a really good talk.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, it's definitely one I'm going to note to go back to and watch again as well. Take some notes and just be, maybe even message PK and be like, hey man, what this is, I think, got a question about this one, right? Because it really built well on what you kind of set up as the foundations, and then like really went, in and at it, which is great, because it's hard sometimes to find the balance in an event like this with the super technical, detailed level 300 type components and some of the high level foundational elements, because you're always gonna have a mix of people where they start from as well. So yeah, an amazing deep dive.
Looking forward to the next one, the landing zones.
Yeah, I was going to say, speaking of 300, the next talk we've got is 0 to 300 for Terraform landing zones, and I'm much more comfortable here. Not on AWS, where this one kind of takes place. Much more of a Azure fanboy myself, so lots for me to pick up in this one, and actually look at maybe some of the differences in what a landing zone is between these cloud providers as well, and see how they play. But yeah, very, very excited about this one. What's your cloud of choice?
My cloud of choice. Ooh. It's funny you say you're Azure fanboy, because I'm probably not. I like GCP.
Yep.
I work in all of them. Like, I've worked in all of them, so I don't. These days, like, you don't really need to know too much about the cloud. You have so much things that interact with the API that you don't even need to know about. So
yeah, I agree.
I don't mind actually all of them. All of them are just as good.
They're all great at certain things, and they all make some things easier than others. And so it's great to be able to leverage something that can help us make the best of all of them together, right? It's kind of how I typically approach it, and kind of keep open-minded to a lot of those solutions. So we might look at kind of looking and kind of taking a peek into Josh's brain here. Josh has a super interesting background, and actually comes from Contino. So he's a distinguished technologist in Contino, and has actually been authoring, books with O'Reilly's, which is really cool. So he's actually got a book called Cloud Native Security Cookbook. So, quick plug for the book up there. If you haven't had a look at that before, you should definitely go have a look. From what I know, Josh is a fantastically seasoned speaker, and is kind of really enjoys taking lessons he's learned from what he's done in the field and kind of sharing those lessons so other people don't have to go through the pain of that as well. So I'm really excited to launch into this one and kind of learning what it takes to go from 0 to 300 with Terraform landing zones on AWS. So with that, we might throw to Josh and get this one started.
Hey everyone! So that was an interesting chat before. So yes, this is talking about AWS, but the principles and everything I kind of talk about you can apply to any of the 3 CSPs. Thanks for the book plug as well. That does actually cover all 3, and almost killed me to write. So if people get some value out of it, that'd be really good. All right, so I'm going to kick off. Seeing as we're already a little bit behind schedule. So from 0 to 300. With Terraform landing zones. So this is pretty much how you scale a landing zone when you're talking enterprise scale. Like a startup should not have 300 accounts, project subscriptions in your CSP of choice. But at enterprises, this is the kind of scale you get to. And the fundamental thing to remember is you always need to build for day 2. And this is something that I think gets missed, unfortunately, a fair bit of the time. And I had to learn this the hard way. So landing zones, people may not be 100% across exactly what they are and all that kind of stuff. So I just thought a quick kind of primer for a landing zone. Effectively, it's building out your cloud platform / cloud platforms. So all the teams that are using AWS, GCP, Azure in your company can move really fast. And they have this cognitive load taken off them. So generally, you'll see things like account vending, access provisioning, security guardrails, CI/CD, data backups, cost controls, all these kind of things. Centrally managed, but offered as self-service to the rest of the business. And this is the story of how I went doing this at an energy company in the UK, and the lessons we kind of learned along the way doing all of that. So if you're ever doing a landing zone build out, the first little bit, kind of going to the first 10 teams or so, it's really kind of easy. And especially if you're doing serverless first, which is what I strongly recommend, and I'll get into why in a second. But there's this interesting inflection point on the journey where you go through and your landing zone hits product market fit. And all of a sudden, everyone wants a piece. This landing zone that you were kind of having to push with people or develop collaboratively with teams, all of a sudden you've got teams banging on your door going, oh, we've heard it's awesome. How can we get on there? And when you're building these out, you fundamentally have to do multi-account, multi-subscription, multi-project strategies. I think this has been something that everyone's kind of learned in the journey we've been on in cloud since 2006, I want to say. We figured out that when you need to split teams apart, it's operationally superior, it's more secure, and teams are able to move more autonomously. But there's a trade-off here. There's always a trade-off. Everything's a trade-off, right? So when you do this and all of a sudden you have many, many accounts, really you want to keep the platform team, the team that are managing your landing zone, you want to keep it, the costs sublinear. So you don't want all of a sudden managing 10 if you scale your landing zone to 10 times the accounts, you don't want to have 10 times the amount of people required to look after it anymore. You're kind of chasing this sublinear scale factor. So can you keep it so when you actually go to 10 times the accounts, you've only have to increase the team by half, maybe? That starts to get a lot better. This is kind of like a key principle in site reliability engineering as well, is this concept of sublinear scale at platform. So the point kind of the interesting point in the story, and where we kind of figured out a lot of things and made a lot of mistakes along the way, was we were at about 50 accounts. The client we were working with was like, okay, we're going to do a data center exit. So we're probably projecting we're going to need more than 500 accounts in this, with about, a few months notice, like the data center exit's got to happen. You need to be ready. This kind of got to the point with, this has suddenly got a lot harder than it used to be. You've got a massive increase in expectations in terms of different teams, different architectures, different compute layers, and I'll get into that a little bit more. You have this problem where everyone's asking for things, so you focus on the people coming up, and everyone who's already on the platform, they've come to expect like a level of service. When you've only got like 10 consumers, it's very easy to keep them all happy. When you start talking to maybe you've got 50 or 100 consumers, the first 10 who kind of got accustomed to a certain level are going to get a bit like, well, where is it for us? And you have this fundamental problem with scale that if you break something, as more people use your platform, you break it for more people and it becomes a bigger thing. And it takes longer to fix because a lot of these fixes ends up being, I don't want to say hacky, that's not the right word, but sometimes you're there having to kind of repeat the same process on many accounts, many projects, many subscriptions to get things back into a stable state. Now, that's, easier to do when it's 50 accounts than it is 500. And I'll talk through all the problems we hit. And then, the reality was we actually got our redemption arc on this. We started defining and measuring service level objectives. So we went from kind of a finger in the air, like people are happy, to go, no, let's go data driven. Let's figure out how we're going to do this. We did tech debt first prioritization, which is at an enterprise, it's almost heretical, but we built in this concept of, well, actually, we need to take care of ourselves before we take care of other people. Not that we can just ignore them, but we're trying to scale this platform out. We have to invest in new things and we have to potentially revisit old things. And I'm going to talk about the account vending machine kind of in a bit more detail about, well, actually, what we built isn't fit for purpose anymore because it scaled to a certain point and my God, is it starting to creak. And the last bit that we did was we started instrumenting the landing zone to make it observable. I'm a big observability person. I'll talk through kind of some ideas of how we started to do that and what that looked like. So the three key takeaways, and I will circle back to these at the end, is hope is not a strategy, another SRE-ism, but data is power. If you are flying blind, if you don't know where you are, then every move you take is going to be a leap of faith at that point in time. Generally, when you start going into the cloud and you kind of get there, you get to the point where everyone's in charge of their own destiny, but very few people are in control. So that's something really big for us. And I think I just dropped out for a second. The second one is embed optionality into your Terraform. I'll get into what I mean by that quite specifically, but this is very much when you're starting to build out the Terraform and how you do state file management is really critical. And the last one is an observable landing zone is a scalable landing zone. So you need observability in order to be able to scale these things. All right, I'm going to very quickly gloss over who I am because I already got an intro. But I'm a distinguished technologist at Contino. Contino is a digital transformation consultancy. We're based in America, the UK, and Australia. As I said, I wrote a book. I was a HashiCorp ambassador last year. Alas, I had my first child at the start of this year, so didn't end up being able to make it back in, but I will be back in for next year. And I'm an AWS ambassador as well, but I do know I've done a lot on GCP and I've done stuff on Azure as well, so I can kind of talk to all three. If you're interested, questions on this, I feel like we're going to be running very close on time, so please reach out on Twitter and LinkedIn. Okay. Platform team capacity. When you're looking at these platform teams and you want to get this sublinear scale, there's kind of two main dimensions by which your platform team capacity gets kind of challenged and constrained. One is the amount of services you offer, and the second is the amount of workloads you actually manage for other teams. So when we talk about services, and this is just looking at compute layer, there's a variety of different ways of looking at this, but this is kind of the easiest one. That when you look at serverless containers and virtual machines, the services you need to provide for teams to be able to operate autonomously in there and not be reinventing the wheel it's quite different. Serverless is the easiest. Containers is not too bad, but generally you're adding Kubernetes into the mix. So, your mileage may vary there on how bad you think that is. And what we had in this journey was, well, we'd done serverless stuff. There's a bit of container stuff, but we're using ECS. So we'd kind of made it a bit easier for ourselves. But then all of a sudden we had all these VM workloads wanting to move because they were doing a data center exit. And all of a sudden we had to build all this, scheduling, some machine backups, the patching, Active Directory access. They needed Bastion hosts and antivirus and APM and all this kind of stuff. And my God, this was a big build out we all of it had to do. So this is kind of a thing when you're building a landing zone, if you can look after the serverless teams first, because they're the easiest, and kind of wait to mature a lot of stuff before you get to VMs. Don't start VM first. Please, please don't. The other way of looking at this capacity constraint is through modes of operation. So when you look at the workloads that people are running, you ideally want DevOps teams where they build, they run it. And from a platform team, you kind of go, well, here's some base services and we've got the guardrails in place. You guys go for your life. You don't have this kind of expectation that we're going to do any operational workload for you beyond the services we provide, and we're not going to do that. But generally at an enterprise, you end up with the other two flavors. So managed and operations in here, which is, the operations one is a bit more classical ITIL build and run style, where people build applications and they hand it to you to run because they don't have the capacity or capability to run it. Now, as you can imagine, the more of these you add along the way, that drains capacity. Like management of those applications and doing that properly takes time. And that's time in every sprint, in every iteration, however you look at it, that you can't spend on other things. And then you've got the fully managed solutions where people are asking for, one of the examples we had at this client was Tableau. They wanted us to install and manage Tableau because a business user wanted it, but there wasn't really a team for it to go to. So it ended up on us. That's quite a large capacity drain because that's quite a lot of overhead we've accepted. So when you're looking at these platform teams and landing zones, again, try and push serverless DevOps because you'll be able to support more teams for less effort. But the reality is you're going to have to do some of these other ones. And they're just, when you're trying for the sublinear scale, you need to be focused on trying to push teams in the direction you want them to go that allows you to service more teams, because that's how you kind of have success, is being able to support many teams, not support a few teams really well, but support a large amount of teams to a good level. Now, in this space, we started having capacity constraints because all of a sudden we had to do VMs, and I kind of showed how many different things we had to add, and all of a sudden we actually also had more managed and operations style applications as well. So what we found was, in two particular ways, our account vending and our access provisioning were really starting to fall apart. So, vending more AWS accounts and doing more access provisioning. Now, account vending, to go into that, that was the main one we targeted. That was the main one that people were complaining about. And what we found was that, people were used to getting, I want an account, they'd get it within a few days. Kind of a couple of days was pretty average. And all of a sudden it was going out to weeks, right? And this isn't the cloud promise of highly autonomous, highly moving teams. It's like, well, I asked for an account and now I've had to wait 2-3 weeks for it. Like, what's going on, guys? What's going on? And the way that we had things set up was our actual request for you want a new account is we actually had a YAML file that everyone on GitHub had write access, but not merge access to the repository. So if a consumer wanted a new account, you fill in the YAML file. We've got like kind of constraints around the format of that. You submit that to us. It'll do a Terraform plan, that kind of stuff. No ServiceNow, no Jira Service Desk, none of this nonsense in the middle, especially for these competent teams that have technical capability. They can raise a PR. And then you can have the Terraform plan. You can start to actually measure when someone's requested an account and actually not have this whole service now has to go to the team. They have to start messing around with it, whatever. But still, the central platform team does the merge to do account vends. And what we found was that actual Terraform apply for account vends, we could see the code build job time starting to expand. And it went from like it would take roughly an hour to it was getting out to 8 hours on certain builds, depending on what was happening. It's like, well, how are you supposed to vend accounts quickly for people if it takes 8 hours for the apply to happen? Especially when we found that apply job was actually failing about half the time. And then you'd have to kick it off again, right? Now you can start to see why it was all of a sudden taking so long. So we attacked it with, okay, the lead time. We need to measure and track this. We need to understand where we're going at with this. I have a whole other talk that goes into this in a lot more depth because I don't have all that much time today, but around measuring and tracking, setting a service level objective around this for going, well, actually, when from requesting an account, you'll get it within a day. And that's a performance metric that the team is going to be accountable for and we're going to own. And that's something that we need to be able to visualize. Now, I built out this kind of thing we call flight controller nowadays. Is coming out in open source. I'm not trying to sell you a product here. We want this to be open source. I want you to try and use it if you think it's useful. Again, if this is something you think you could use, please do reach out. I don't have time to go into full depth of it today. But on there, you can see at the top, we've got account vending, kind of an SLO up at the top, and then we've actually got cycle time. So the cycle time of how long it took to do the apply and that how often it broke were two things we know. We need to have like diagnostic metrics here. So for the cycle time, what we actually did is we set a target. We want to get it under 30 minutes on average. And we actually re-architected all of it to AWS step functions. So we took from what was one big apply and a co-build job, and we actually had many co-build jobs parallelized out with step functions. I wouldn't recommend doing it on day one because it makes the debugging process harder. And as always, there's trade-offs. But we did do this big merge, this kind of re-architecture. And we were, I want to say lucky. I don't want to say it's great with great forethought that we kind of came to we had the fact that every account was in its own separate state file. So then actually doing this re-architecture was quite simple, relatively simple. It would have been a lot harder. It had everything being one giant Terraform state file, but instead we had many state files. And really when you get to Terraform state, it's much easier to merge it back if you decide that's what you want to do than split it later. I've been down this path a number of times. I hate splitting Terraform state files. Merging is trivial. So when you're looking at this, even if you have like all this stuff in a single repository, look at how you want to segment your state files out to give yourself options later to re-architect the way you're doing the apply. When you're doing application builds, it's a bit of a different kettle of fish, but when you're doing platform, many state files will give you a better option later. Because generally every account, every subscription, every project is a isolated unit that you can have a separate state file for. There's not really much value in having them all in one state file. And the other bit we did in here with the failure rate. So actually what we had was one repository that was doing account vending and access management at once, because when you think about it, you need to apply access to accounts. So they kind of have to live together. What we did in here was we figured it was better to degrade than to break. We'd rather have account vending happen even if something's going on with access management. And what it used to look like was this. We actually had Terraform apply that would go to AWS organizations and provision new accounts. It would also go to Active Directory to go and do wonderful things over there. Now, Active Directory wasn't something we managed, and the team managed it. But what we found was it was pretty unstable. The team working with it, they were trying to do quite a lot at the moment. And it would break quite continually. And there was also things about missing users and offboarding and just all this kind of stuff that just got really difficult. So what we found was if AD broke, the entire thing broke and accounts wouldn't get vended, and then we'd have to re-go through that apply process, which took an extended period of time. So we re-architected to actually split it into parallel jobs because both things need to happen, but they're not actually dependent on each other in a meaningful way, because the AD stuff was just moving people around into specific groups that then filtered through to SSO and did things. But these things were actually, although it made sense to put them in the same repository because they were intimately linked, but from an apply process, they had no actual technical dependency on each other. And what we ended up with, we could still vend accounts even if AD was on the threads. Really good thing to do. When you kind of get here is even you're in a single repository, because that makes a lot of sense in a landing zone for a lot of things, because it allows you to have that kind of YAML file interface for people. You still want independent deployments in here. If things don't have to be coupled, decouple them on deploy, so then you can actually still have like 80% of stuff applying, even if 20% of stuff is broken, and you can still get some things out while something else is broken. The next bit that we did was Terraform apply equals deployed, does not equal working. if anyone's ever looked at doing private DNS on AWS, it looks like this. It's pretty awful, to be honest. And what happens is you get this all up and working and you're fine. We, on a Friday night, me and one other guy, we thought we knew what we were doing. We actually ended up doing a Terraform change that redeployed all of this, all this section, this kind of centralized stuff, which broke all these associations because there's kind of a second bit that has to happen in the client account to make that happen. And what happens was we broke DNS for everyone on a Friday night. What looked innocuous, Terraform apply was happy. Everything applied. Like when you look at the build logs, everything is clean, but there was something we were missing in here. And when you're doing these landing zone build outs, you need to know where your failure is isolated to, so you can start to kind of narrow down on what it is that's actually broken in here. Now, in this instance, we actually broke the entire org, so that was kind of simple. But what we found was actually what we wanted to be able to do is go, is someone's got a failure of some kind of fashion? Is it just in one account? Is it a set of accounts? Is it counts with a shared dependency? So in that, shared dependencies are classically like transit gateway or your shared VPC and GCP or some of your VNets, like depending on how you've done your network topologies and that kind of stuff. Generally, you have things pooling back to centralized networking resources. You want to be able to track which accounts are on that and then go, well, actually something looks like it's happened here because that's broken out, or an OU or a management group or a folder. Again, I'm trying to do all clouds here. And you want to figure this out. What we did is we actually deployed Lambda functions or Azure functions or cloud functions, whatever. They were actually doing a heartbeat every 5 minutes on the schedule that would do a private DNS lookup, a public DNS lookup. They would ping on-premise servers and they would ping public servers. And then they would put their results onto EventBridge that we just stored locally. Again, you can swap these services out. There's nothing AWS specific really here. But what this allowed us to do was kind of get that heartbeat coming back every 5 minutes, that if we broke DNS, we would know within 5 minutes and we know who'd been affected, which allows us to go to them first rather than them come to us with a problem. And if you've ever run like these internal services, it's so much easier to be able to go, we've broken something, we're fixing it, just so you know, you may not have been aware. That's a much nicer conversation to them coming, why have all my applications all of a sudden started failing? Because like DNS is broken. Like, what have you guys done, right? It's much easier to be on the front foot with this stuff. Okay, so coming back to, I talked about going from 50 to over 500. As of last time I checked with this client, because again, they're in the UK, I no longer am. I'm over here in Perth. They're at about 350. And I still talk to the product owner about new ideas and all that kind of stuff on a regular bit. We actually got up to 350. And the cool part was the team didn't have to grow to get here. We actually just kind of matured out and looked at things a bit better, and we actually got there. So rather than this whole of not 10 times the cost, not 1.5 times the cost, we actually did it with the same team just by kind of taking more data to it, thinking about things harder, and actually taking that time to mature our own stuff, investing in tech debt and rebuilding things, going, we don't need more people to hit buttons. What we need is more automation and building out things that are going to scale. Really, when I kind of said right at the start, always build for day 2. You're going to live with decisions a lot longer than it takes to make them. It's quite easy in a meeting to go, hey, we're going to do this. The reality is you're going to be living with that decision for 6, 12, 18, 24 months or however long. Please think about what the consequences of that decision are going to be rather than going, oh, this is easy. We've got DNS working. Well, how are you going to know that DNS is working? How are you going to know when it's broken? It's so much harder to think that way, but you need to do it. And I'm just going to finish up with the key takeaways. I've managed to carve some time back, which is awesome. So hope is not a strategy. Data is power. Please get this data, do observability, get all this data here. So when you're actually taking that next step, you know where you're going. The second one is embed optionality into your Terraform. That's very much this, think about how you want to do state files. You can always move Terraform around between files. The HCL is trivial, but the state files are kind of the key here. And make sure you actually split them up, because you can still apply them all together and kind of build something that applies all of them, but it gives you this option to spread, to move, to do all these things really simply. Like, it's an agile concept of, if you've got 2 choices and one of them is much easier to reverse than the other, go for the one that's easier to reverse. Because if you're wrong, you're not as screwed as if you go on the other one, you're like, oh God, we've put ourselves in the hole here. How are we going to get out? And the last one is concept of observable landing zones. It's not something I see talked about kind of ever, But in the reality is this is kind of the next step on top of a landing zone, is how do you actually operationalize it? How do you make sure you've got this under control? There's very much to be in control of your own destiny instead of just in charge of it. And really, it's observability. Like, go read all the Honeycomb stuff on observability. It's fantastic. They've got their book floating around, which is free if you can find it, kind of floating everywhere, the PDF. Go have a read. It'll change the way you think about things, and have a look at how you can apply it. And that's all I had, and I've actually managed to come back 1 minute under. So I'm quite happy with myself for that. And I apologize for talking fast. I always do.
Wow. What a talk.
Slow clap. Slow clap, that one. That one's a slow clap. That one was fantastic. I love that. That was right up my alley. I've done a very similar thing on Azure in terms of observability with landing zones and, you know, trying to predict where you go and things like that. It just, that one was like a blast from the past of like a previous life. And I loved it because it's so true. Planning those things out makes a huge difference, and finding your biggest blockers early can really help you scale that, especially, you know, when you're talking about, you know, 7 times volume with the same team. That's kind of the whole premise of why we all love what we do, is trying to do more with less, right?
Yeah, no, it's such a good lineup of speakers. It's really good to see. And this is the first thing that attracted me to conferences as well, that you see what other people are doing. You know, like if you're in the same company for like 10 years and you're stuck in your old ways, it's so good just to see what everyone else is doing. And yeah, it was really good talk.
Oh, it's fantastic talk. And yeah, I'm going to have to see if I can pinch Josh for a couple hugs, I reckon, as well.
Yeah,
so maybe some virtual ones. Might have to see if I can steal him away from Perth for a couple of virtual talks, or if he's in Melbourne, come and do some ones in person, or in Sydney, because that was great. Really enjoyed that one. Was really good. But it doesn't stop there. We keep going. The lineup continues. And the panel still to come as well. And so far, we've met 2 of the 3 fellow panel members, besides ourselves, obviously, with Luke and Simon. But our next speaker is who's going to complete our 5-way panel on Terraform practices in a little bit. And absolutely pumped to have Dawn come in and talk to us a little bit about DigitalOcean, which I've never played with. The DigitalOcean hype was a little bit before my time in cloud world, but every now and then I find a pretty decent blog post talking back to, you know, the days of Heroku and DigitalOcean, and my interest peaks up a little bit to see what's going on. Have you played with DigitalOcean in the past, Brad?
I haven't. No, I'm aware of it, but I haven't had the use case. But that's why I'm really interested to see this talk as well. And it's good for. It's just going to be such a different talk that I've never seen before. So I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, and also a bit of a different talk coming from a different place. This is talking about, you know, an open source project and how to use Terraform and elements around that to enable an open source project. So not I've got a company and a client and a problem, but more like, you know, potentially for my own use or for my client company's own use, managing an open source project with these tools that we use to solve other problems as well, which is, you know, which is awesome. I'm really keen to see that and see how that goes. So I'm really keen to get into that. Dawn's pronouns are Dawn. And Dawn says that she likes to tinker with cloud infrastructure and security. But from what I can tell, at least on the topic of this speech, tinker is, you know, not the word. I think it's dive head first and have deep, intimate knowledge about those things. Dawn's in Melbourne, which is awesome. Go Melbourne. Let's get some more in there. Another one I can maybe steal for the hug and for a talk there, which is fantastic. Dawn also has a bit of an accidental passion, it turns out, for accessibility advocacy, which I think is something that is fantastic. We're starting to see a lot more of, not only within the HashiCorp community, but also tech community as a whole as well. I think it's something that is much needed. You know, if you look back on the way things used to be run to now, it's something that's, you know, a critical way forward for us as a industry, but also for all of the people we work with as well. So I'm really looking forward to this. Apparently, occasionally, Dawn is also a kitchen alchemist, which I just thought was, I'm keen to find out whether that means a cook, a chef, or she's just mixing stuff in the kitchen with chemicals. I'm not sure, but I'm really, really keen to see what that is. And the type of sports ball fan that she says she is. I don't know what sports ball is. I'm just, maybe it's I don't know. But anyway, we'll leave that open-ended. And we'll throw to Dawn, who's going to talk us through what it's like to deploy an open source project using Terraform and Terraform Cloud.
Hello, everyone. It is really good to be here with you today, albeit in recorded format, at HashiTalks Australia and New Zealand. And I am here to talk to you about an open source project of mine and how my team and I deployed it to DigitalOcean using Terraform and Terraform Cloud. Obviously, with that, I'm talking about a bunch of different tools. So if you want to know about all of the tools that I used, you can scan the QR code on the slide that's up at the moment, or go to the GitHub link. That has a list of all of the tooling, as well as some sources of tips and tricks that I used in working out how to put things together. To begin with, I would like to acknowledge the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation on whose land this recording is being made. This is and always will be Aboriginal land. Their sovereignty is never ceded. Probably most of the audience doesn't know me. My name is Dawn. I do cloud security and DevOps type work at Enabler. We are a little consultancy in Melbourne, Australia, and we are hiring. We are happy to help you solve your Terraform problems. I'm sure that everyone here has a similar pitch, but if you want to know about that, you can come and find us. And sometimes I get to go down open source rabbit holes outside the world of work. I am also, outside the world of work, an occasional author and kitchen alchemist. Sometimes that ends really well, sometimes that ends badly. And I am a raging sports ball fan, which is why that picture of me is me in a Boston Bruins sweater, and why I am wearing a New England Patriots jersey today. So I couldn't explain to you how we actually did the technical side without giving you a little bit of background. This particular open source project of mine started in late 2017. I was part at the time of the Melbourne writing community. I was fairly significantly involved in a couple of different groups. And one thing that a lot of people talked about, and there were some chatbot-like applications that did this, but wanting to do things like goal tracking, wanting to do things like set timers and see how many words they could write in those times to do collaborative writing and challenge writing, and being able to do that in a lightweight way, using the applications that they were already using. What I ended up doing was I built a fairly basic little chatbot called Winnie. And Winnie had a lot of these things built in: goal tracking, prompts. She would do timers so that you could do collaborative writing or contest writing. And that was really good. But one of the things with that is this was not just a hobby project. This was something that there were actually other people using. And so I'm looking at this and going, all right, I have to work out a way to do this that is relatively stable, relatively reliable, because at the time I had a Raspberry Pi and a terrible internet connection. Thank you, Australia. To make matters worse, the bug brigade that I was dealing with was partly caused by the fact that the early deployments to that essentially Raspberry Pi-like setup were all being done manually. So there was no consistent deployment pattern, which meant that I was ending up with a bunch of bugs. In terms of solving the problem of whether things were up or not, that was relatively easy because I could do it with cloud hosting. There are a lot of providers which will give you a VM for not a hell of a lot of money for varying levels of stability. And at the time, as well as cloud hosting, I was also becoming interested in DevOps. And I went, you know what? I can solve the deployment problem as well, and I can do that with CI/CD. So what I ended up with, in terms of trying to solve the initial bug brigade, was a virtual machine on a cloud host, and CI/CD, which was based on CLI scripts. So the commands that were being run and the methods that they were being run with were consistent from deployment to deployment. This worked fine until the user base started to grow. The original user base for Winnie was largely based in Australia. What I hadn't anticipated when I was setting up this original CLI was that I was going to end up with about 1,000 users across 4 continents. It might be 5, I don't know. More than 1 at any rate. And so then you run into issues of, yeah, chatbots are fairly lightweight, but in terms of the scalability and reliability, what's the best way to do that? The other issue I was running up against was I was essentially the only person that had built this. I'd done all of the software and I hadn't done it well. So I went, okay, I need to find myself a team with the aim of freeing myself up to solve the problems that I'm good at, the infrastructure problems, the deployment problems. And what I ended up with was we had a team, and we had and still have a team of 3 people. We had me there in the center. On the left, we have the ostensibly competent dev, who's actually quite a competent dev, and her role was basically to tame the code base, to take this bodge job code that I had produced and get it to something that was workable, that was repeatable, that had a minimum number of bugs. On the right was the project manager, and his job was to set deadlines, make sure that we were staying on track, evaluate task tracking tools, and make sure that we had, things like code of conduct, things that are important for the community side. And this freed me in the middle up to do what I am really good at. And that is the infrastructure side of things. So when we were looking at this major overhaul, there were 2 aspects of this which were my responsibility. The first one was we were using MongoDB for all of the data. And that is absolutely fine until you discover that you need relational data. So we needed to migrate the database from MongoDB to some sort of relational database. The engine that we ended up settling on was Postgres. The other thing that I needed to work out was how to find a stable and functional cloud host and to make sure that we were going to be able to do deployments consistently. In the open source world, there is a conversation about budgets. And that conversation about budgets is often completely different to what you get in a commercial environment. I did not have many $50 billion nodes. This was essentially being run on a shoestring budget of whatever change I could shake loose from the back of my bank account. And what this meant was that I had to come up with a set of tools which were not going to completely break the bank. One of the beautiful things about HashiCorp's tools is that Terraform and Vault, which are the 2 tools that sort of run at the base of everything, are open source. And when you're looking at add-ons, things like Terraform Cloud, quite a few of those are free for small teams. So in terms of where the money was actually going to go, that was going to be to the cloud hosting. And our decision with that was we were going to go with DigitalOcean for a couple of different reasons. The first one is that DigitalOcean has a level of reliability which is not that far behind the 3 big cloud providers. I've been told also that DigitalOcean does a really good managed Kubernetes offering, although that wasn't something we were using. But without needing to mess around with things like capacity reservations, DigitalOcean is really, really cheap. Compared to things like AWS or Azure, it's a fraction of the price. And another thing which was a draw for DigitalOcean in particular was that unlike a lot of the much smaller cloud hosts where all that you can get are virtual machines, it does actually offer managed SQL databases which support Postgres. Again, these have a lot of the features of the same types of things that the big 3 will give you. In terms of CI/CD, considering that we were in GitHub, that was a no-brainer. GitHub Actions is free for open source software, and it offers hosted build machines, which meant that we didn't have to worry about setting up build machines on the cloud somewhere. We could just go to GitHub Actions. Hey, you have the machines, please go away, do the thing. But the core of the bits of this that I was responsible for, specifically the infrastructure, are 2 HashiCorp tools, Terraform and Terraform Cloud. DigitalOcean does not have its own way of doing infrastructure as code. But another very, very good thing about Terraform is that because there is no vendor lock-in, pretty much anyone can go away and build a Terraform provider for anything that offers an API, which DigitalOcean does. So DigitalOcean has a very well-supported Terraform provider. Terraform is entirely free to use. Didn't have to worry about licensing, wasn't locked into a particular ecosystem like you would be if you used a cloud provider's tools. Terraform is also entirely open source, and considering that this is an open source project, that fits with the ethos. The other problem that we then needed to solve was the problem of how to manage state. Because if you're in something like AWS or Azure, the very common way that people will manage state is by just sticking it in, an S3 bucket or sticking it on Azure Blob Storage or whatever the GCP equivalent is. I don't know off the top of my head. DigitalOcean does offer S3 compatible storage in the form of DigitalOcean Spaces. But in order to use that, we would have had to pay $5 per month to store one file. And I didn't want to have to deal with a multi-cloud setup just for that. But Terraform Cloud is a managed HashiCorp offering which does all of that for you, and it is free for up to 5 users, which was basically perfect for our team of 3. So that's the tooling. Now let's see how all of this fits together. So in terms of what we have in the actual repository, if we go in and look at how the Terraform files are actually set up, this is all fairly lightweight. What you've got is we've got one DigitalOcean droplet, we've got one database, they interface with each other, we have a set of variables, and we have the provider. The Terraform provider for this is pretty much just the DigitalOcean provider, which is interfacing directly with the Terraform cloud as a remote backend. That DigitalOcean token is being pulled in via GitHub. One of the really nice things about GitHub Actions is it does a lot of the secret storage very well. So I didn't have to go away and set up something like a HashiCorp vault. And then if we go and look at the database itself, this is really the bulk of what the application actually needs. That managed database piece is what it's very hard to get unless you go with, your AWS and CloudFormation or your Azure and ARM templates. Being able to do this affordably for a small project would not really be possible without DigitalOcean and Terraform. So I'm running essentially the smallest cluster that DigitalOcean will give us. Everything is running in Amsterdam because it was easiest in terms of GDPR. But we essentially have Terraform, which is setting up a database cluster with Postgres 13 as the engine. We are then creating a database. In the cluster ID, it has a particular name. That's all relatively straightforward. But one thing that is quite nice about being able to do things like this using Terraform is I can also have it manage firewall rules. Again, this is super lightweight, but we are actually holding people's personal data here. Even though it's an open source project, you want to be careful of that. And Terraform, leveraging Terraform to actually do the deployments for those sorts of things means that you can make sure that you're not doing this manually. So what we have is we have a database firewall, which depends on the droplet, because this will deploy 2 rules. The first rule that it deploys is one which allows the cluster to talk to the droplet, which is handling all of the traffic coming into the chatbot and passing it off to the database. The second rule that we have open is we have a separate server, which we can use for manually querying the database, which we use for some very, very basic data analytics. We disclose all of that to everyone in the privacy policy, but mostly the value of being able to set up those firewall rules and to have things like the Redash server is that we can go in and we can do some manual queries, verify that the way that we've got everything set up is how it should be, while also making sure that we are able to legitimately say to people, nobody else can access this data, and we're pretty sure of that. That's something that Terraform allows you to do. You get back a database connection URI, that then gets plugged into the droplet. The actual droplet itself is probably even simpler, if truth be told. You need to have an SSH key. At the moment, nobody can get into that box, but in order to create a DigitalOcean droplet and for particular aspects of the analytics, they recommend that you have an SSH key. We store that in GitHub Action Secrets. The droplet itself, again, is pretty much the smallest droplet that DigitalOcean offers. It's running Debian because that is simple. It's in Amsterdam. And we have the same sort of deal where we have firewall rules which are blocking any malicious traffic. Being able to codify this in Terraform is super important for the type of stuff that we're doing. We are not allowing, essentially what we're allowing is we're allowing TCP SSH just for GitHub Actions so that GitHub Actions can do the deployments to the droplet. HTTPS, outbound TCP, outbound UDP, because this is a chatbot that runs on Discord. Those are all of the permissions that you need for Discord, but you can only get in through that front end. And again, you get back an IP address, which is used for configuration. And in terms of the variables that we're looking at, this is where Terraform sort of starts to interface with GitHub Actions. So the redash IP address is not public. That's our querying server. The DigitalOcean token, obviously you don't want to make that public because then anyone can access it. And we want to have an IP address for the runner because in those firewall rules, we can actually lock down SSH access then so that it's only the GitHub Actions runner that does the deployment, which can actually mess around with this. So in terms of how the actual workflow works, all that you then need to do here when you want to release this is set up Terraform. There's a GitHub action for that. It's super simple. Go away and get the IP address of the GitHub Actions runner. We're doing that for security reasons. Then you build your Terraform variables file, and we're taking some of the secrets that we've stored and just interpolating those directly into the Terraform variables file. And just run a Terraform init, Terraform plan, Terraform apply command. This is the same sort of stuff that you would do at big companies that use these Terraform workflows. But because Terraform is free and open source and we can use it for DigitalOcean, we can do this for zero cost. And what you get back from that is your private database connection string and a droplet IP address. The rest of the deployment workflow is then deploying the application onto Terraform or onto DigitalOcean using that configuration. The other very important part here is obviously you need to store the state. And the tool that we are doing that with is Terraform Cloud. This is free for up to 5 users. And the integration is absolutely amazing. You can actually get Terraform Cloud to integrate in directly with the GitHub Actions CLI so that it will tell you what has changed anytime you run. I'm not going to show you the output screen because I'm fairly sure that that's got secrets in it, but you can see again, from Terraform Cloud, you get a list of resources. If you are in a much bigger environment, this is all searchable. But the main thing that we're using Terraform Cloud here is to have that central location to manage the state. And when we get into DigitalOcean, obviously I've censored the IP address of the actual bot here, but you get pretty much what you would expect. You get a droplet, you get a database cluster. The beauty of this is that the only bill that I pay every month is the bill for DigitalOcean. The database cluster in and of itself, if we go in and have a little look at that, again, this is super straightforward. There's some information about what's restricted. Again, we've got an IP address here which is blocked out. That's the IP address of the server. But the sources that we are allowing are very, very limited. Likewise, if we go and have a look at the droplet, this will take a minute to load. You can see if we go and look at things like the firewalls, which it's going to take me a minute to find because I've forgotten where they are. There we go. There's some firewalls. You can see that IP address there, which is partially blocked out. That's literally just a GitHub Actions runner IP address. So for zero effort with an entirely repeatable process, this is all locked down. And this costs me the princely sum of 33 Australian dollars a month to do this whole thing. The only bill that I pay is the bill for DigitalOcean. Terraform Cloud, GitHub Actions, that is all entirely free. So in terms of using Terraform here, there are a number of advantages. Terraform is one of the very, very few tools which allows you to do this sort of thing at a small scale without locking yourself into a particular cloud provider. When you're dealing with super lightweight infrastructure, obviously you can't just take resources from one Terraform provider and plug them directly into another Terraform provider. But when you're dealing with super lightweight infrastructure, it would be very easy for us to take this paradigm and to decide that we wanted to deploy it to an AWS, an Azure, a GCP, anything that's supported by Terraform, if they came to us and said, hey, we can do this to you for much cheaper than DigitalOcean can. Having that flexibility is really important. Another thing that's very important there is having the repeatability. And that's where the fact that DigitalOcean has this really powerful API and the fact that there is a very well supported Terraform provider makes a lot of what we're doing here possible, because with a lot of the other cloud hosts, you would have to do this sort of thing the old school sysadmin way, but we can have all of the deployments, everything just managed by Terraform. We don't even have to worry about going in somewhere and creating a database on an existing cluster. Terraform's doing the database for us too. So when you deploy the code and set everything up, there's zero overhead beyond having Terraform set up the infrastructure and beyond the deployment of the code. And part of the reason why this works so well is because it is very modular. We can plug and play, we can pull bits out and plug in other bits as we need to. Terraform Cloud, the HashiCorp tools as the backbone of that, they're what makes that possible. Because Terraform is so widely used, because it is supported by a lot of clouds, and because there are a lot of community-produced APIs, the other thing that it gives us confidence in is, if we need to swap out the cloud, we can do that very easily. But we also have a degree of modularity there. So if we found ourselves needing to bolt on other services, or if we found ourselves needing to do more with this, Terraform gives you that ability where a tool that's native to a vendor doesn't necessarily give you that. And one of the things that I think is probably also important to call out here, although it's something that may not necessarily seem immediately obvious, is that from any machine wherever, as long as the three of us have our password managers, we can manage all of this from wherever we want. We're not reliant on a Raspberry Pi in someone's house running on an unstable internet connection. And there are so many open source projects that are reliant on that sort of situation. We've got, DigitalOcean is very near world class in terms of the reliability of it as cloud infrastructure. Terraform is an enterprise grade tool. This is something that probably most of you here today, if you're using Terraform or Terraform Cloud, you're using them in your enterprise environment. We can access all of this from the cloud. GitHub and GitHub Actions are very, very commonly used in the enterprise environment as well. And that is really cool because we're essentially using the same sort of tools that we would be using at work, but we're using them on a smaller scale to stay within budget with secure, reliable, repeatable deployments where we can make sure that the firewall rules are doing what we think they are and we don't have to rely on manual processes. And there are a bunch of scenarios and a bunch of situations where you will see people talk about using these tools at an enterprise level. But I think it is also really important to highlight the value of open source tools in terms of building out the open source ecosystem. We couldn't do this for 1,000 users with anything approaching a remotely reasonable degree of reliability, if not for the fact that we can leverage the sort of tools that we use in our day-to-day work. That is all. I believe we're going to have a little bit of time for questions. Otherwise, contacts are up there. There is also a link to my talks repository, which has a copy of all of the previous talks that I have done. I know that this was probably a bit of an interesting talk that was a little bit off the beaten path for these scenarios where we usually deal with enterprise type things. But I'm hoping that if you've had that idea for some sort of open source project and you're going, I want to run this without absolutely blowing out the cost, now you've got some idea of one particular tool chain that you can use to make that happen, which is also the type of tool chain that you'd be using in your day-to-day work.
Amazing.
Great talk. Yeah.
Another one. We can't lose.
Yeah, I'd really like to meet Dawn as well.
I think we're going to.
As the other speakers.
I think we're going to. But I think I'd like to actually in person pick her brain and whiteboard some stuff, because she's just got this great analytical brain, it seems like, running through this. And I just loved the story of the enabling herself at what she's good at and others at what they're good at, and really dividing and conquering where that makes sense, right? I think Dawn did a fantastic job at that, right? And I got a lot I can take away from that. And also, having never seen like DigitalOcean and what it did, I think the droplet name's cute. There's loads of really cool things there that I think if I were to start an open source project, I'd definitely have a look, because maybe naivety, also only thought that DigitalOcean was like, a lot of the other smaller cloud providers and just had the VM as the option. So that was a huge takeaway from me as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great from a different perspective, from enterprise and then seeing open source, and a lot of, maybe your business doesn't use HashiCorp tools as well, so that's a great cheap way to get started as well. It's just, all those great tips on how you can learn, and that might even enable you to get a job as a DevOps engineer if you're chasing that as well. Absolutely.
There's nothing like experience to get things started. And speaking of experience, very lucky that we're going to be joined by 3 of our speakers, but also the 3 speakers who have covered off and demonstrated their experience in, all aspects of the usage of Terraform in enterprise, large enterprise, the people and process side, as well as the open source side, to kind of have a bit of a panel to kind of have some open discussion about a bit of the best practices of Terraform, and kind of wherever we want to take it. It's going to be pretty free flowing, but I'm excited. I love talking about Terraform on a bad day, and today's a good day. So I'm excited to see where we can really take this.
Today's a very good day.
Well, without any further delay, I think we bring on and reintroduce Simon and Dawn, who I believe are together, as well as Luke, who presented with Simon earlier, and we'll kick off this panel.
Let's do it.
Hey, everyone.
Yeah. Hey.
Hello.
How are we going, everyone?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Good.
Couldn't convince Luke to go into the enabler office as well. Couldn't get all 3. Anyway. I'm poking fun.
We would have had some AV challenges. It was hard enough to get 2 of us on.
That's right. I love it. Well, thank you so much for joining us, you 3, firstly. And congratulations on the incredible talks so far. Been absolutely fantastic. Simon even, getting in there twice. It's not a bad effort, not a bad effort at all. But really enjoyed the different angle you all took for your talks, and also taking the time out in the chat after to answer some questions and get a bit of the content from there. And I think we might have picked a few little nuggets of questions to kind of kick off the panel. But yeah, I'm excited for this. And also, if you guys and all of you have any questions as well. Awesome. Well, hotly debated in the chats throughout the presentations. I don't know if Luke and Simon have been paying attention, but hotly debated was the element of how best to structure / enable the use of Terraform at scale, and how dry is too dry when it comes to using environment progression. And I think the real debate there is I see three kind of main topics there, at least in my experience, those being TF vars and the use of TF var files, and then whether you use those or not in terms of how you organize your environment. So that being either directory-based or branch-based repository management of those TF vars and how they work. I'm not going to state my opinion openly just yet, because it's smart to back the winner whenever possible. But what are your thoughts on that, Brad? Where do you normally start when it comes to those things?
When it comes to TFRs, I personally like to have them in each environment has its own file, and then I declare the variables, and then I like to have dev, test, staging, whatever you might have, and then I leverage the same Terraform code and modules. And this is working in small sort of fintech, so I've found that works really well for us. At massive scale, probably something different, but I found that a file for each environment and using the same code and vars throughout the code works pretty well for us.
Okay, door open. Who's jumping in?
Luke, I was going to say, do you want to go first, mate? Because I know this is a real passion of yours.
I'm very strongly opinionated about this, and I think it's for me, when you start moving away from a single environment into multi environments, and when you start to get at scale, it can get quite difficult to keep your environments in line. And to be honest, when it comes to it, keeping your environments in line, it needs to be, each environment needs to be same for one reason, is you want to develop what you test, and then you want to deploy what you've developed and you've tested. So if you've got different environments, meaning if you structure it in a way that you're reproducing your main.tf TF file, or whatever you want to call it, you can call them different files and so on. But if you've got that copy and pasted into different structures, as in separated locations, and you're running Terraform for each of those as a separate workspace. Oh, no, it's not a workspace, sorry, a separate deployment, and segregated, then you're not going to have consistency across the environment. So I could potentially put something into test, and in test, there's one code base, and then production, another code base. So you're trying to keep them into sync. And I suppose when you're trying to keep things in sync, they never seem to stay in sync, because that my mate Luke is going to go and put something into dev, and he's going to forget to tell me about it. And I want to go and
cowboy.
And
I see the bus coming from here, Luke.
That's why I think it's quite important to always have the same code base, and however you structure or wherever you put your TFRs is not really the important part. The important part is that you keep the code, the main code base, the same across each environment. So that's kind of what my opinion on it is.
Agreed.
Yeah.
It really comes down to what's the cost of repeating yourself. And there are scenarios where you can go, well, okay, I'm happy to eat the cost of repeating myself, whether that be with some sort of, copying and pasting files, or whether it be that you've got a structure where you're repeating variables. But then what you have to worry about is that maybe works if you've got 2 or 3 environments. But what happens when you've got 15 or 20 different things? Like if you're deploying to multiple regions, how are you going to manage 15 or 20 different copied and pasted environments? You're still going to have to do something to manage the variables.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it comes down to, for me, it's any of the above, or all of the above, or a mixture of all, right? What is really important is that everyone plays by the same rules. If everyone plays by the same rules and you've got those practices defined and understood, and then if you change them, it's defined and understood, then that's really what you're trying to achieve. How those are achieved and how you're enabling your declarative infrastructure to be declarative is kind of more about the people than it is about where you put them. So I'm totally on board with that opinion there. Personally, I found that taking people from zero experience up to TFRs and, kind of manipulating things across, I found some people really struggle with that. So I typically kind of have steps of maturity. So it's, let's introduce modules as a concept. Great, those are repeatable and we can move those around. Then let's introduce a directory structure. Great, now we can really see that our modules flow between those. Then and have a main and a var in each of those if needed. Then it looks at how we can step those down into a var.tf within those. And then let's look at what we can do next outside of that. Because typically if I found in some places I've walked into, you start at one end and then all of the simple lessons they should learn or the benefits they've got that they don't know they've got kind of cause relitigation of decisions again because they don't know how good they've got it as well. But Luke, what are your thoughts on that? How do you typically approach it? Simon threw you under the bus. What about when Simon throws a bad code into dev?
He does that to me. I think you're absolutely right that, with those comments about what level of maturity are you at. I think that's a big part of it. It's also like what problems do you have at the moment? Like, what are your pain points? What are you trying to solve? And as you grow in scale and grow in your use of Terraform, like they're going to change it. And the number of people working with the code base, as all of these things grow over time, the problems you're going to hit and the trade-offs you might want to make are going to change. Like when you first start out, like going straight into prod might be fine because you might not even have customers yet. And then
bring that cowboy hat out. Let's do it.
And then like if you just you need to have a second environment up quickly, and you need it to be easy to reason about because things are moving fast and stuff. Going to copy paste like into another directory might make a lot of sense. Or if you've got a lot of you want to have a bit of structure around how changes are pushed through and get a bit of oversight through it. Like you can go down the branching path. I'd like typically say like of all of the options we've been talking about, that's the one I'd probably push back the hardest on, just because
I think we would all agree.
Just because it creates the most complexity for you later. Like it takes the one new person in the team to go, I'm just going to merge dev into prod, and that's and that's gone. And it's like, see you later.
And we know that's happened to everyone at least once.
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's just the best feeling ever when that happens. But
the other thing I'd say on the TFRs thing is, like, I think they really, like, it is really important to use them sparingly. Like, don't just create variables for everything under the sun, just in case someone might want to toggle them. Like, be very, intentional about, like, just these things are different between the environments, and, like, single out, you might have different, in AWS lane, different subnet IDs or a different VPC ID, for instance. Like, those things have to be different, right? So have vars for those, but don't overexpose things that, just in case. And another way you can go here.
There are other ways to manage that as well.
Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I think you and I are probably going to say the same thing, but there are other ways. All that matters is you have the minimum number of variables and that you're managing them in some central way. You can do it with a TF-vars file. You can actually do it in the pipeline. If you have staged pipelines which are deploying to different environments, you can configure all of that on the pipeline side. There are some scenarios where people would configure it directly in, your cloud provider. I'm not sure I'd advise that, because then you've got to go and put things in manually. But I would say I don't think it matters where you do it, as long as you have the minimum number of variables possible and you have one central location to manage them.
Yeah, I think going Going back to what you said, Luke, around minimum variables as well, and you're doing. I've used modules as well to hard code security in. So things like if you can have the option for TLS like 1.1, 1.2, and some of the 1.3. Why would we let the developers go to any other version apart from the latest? So things like that, you don't need a variable for that because you hard code it, and that can give you guardrails and quality with your dev teams, because dev teams want to go fast. They don't care about all that sort of stuff, right?
Yeah, it's a good way to go.
Devs don't care about compliance, cost, no. Oh.
But if you can take all of that headache off their hands, they love it.
I'm a big fan of that. Yeah. I'm a big fan of that. The way I like to, someone talked to me about like a boat once, just a random analogy, but like a boat's just like a muddy to noise converter. Like it's not really going to do much for you. It's just going to turn money into noise. It's like cars. Devs are like money to business logic converters. And if you're getting in the way of anything apart from that, then you're not helping yourself or the business that's trying to get that logic out of them. So if your devs are stuck reading information security policy and all of that, they're just not adding the value or doing what they're best at as well, right? We're kind of slowing them down, and obviously a lot of what we try to do is make them as fast as possible in the most streamlined way without having to impact their flows. I might jump with my own segue here, but how do you guys think that with tooling like Terraform Enterprise or Terraform Cloud for Business, or even in Vault Enterprise for that matter, or Console Enterprise or anything enterprise, the use of something like a Sentinel really kind of helps to drive some of those practices and controls?
Yeah, I'll talk on this straight up because it's probably one of my favorite topics too, which is, Sentinel or policy as code.
OPA or any of them, yeah.
It's essentially just writing out business policies or security policies, organization policies, anything that you can think of, you can whack it in there and then use Sentinel to then go and say, hey, user, what do you think you're doing? You shouldn't be doing this. Let's try again. And it's a really good tool to give you that security, that extra level of security in your Terraform code. Well, not in your Terraform code, in your pipeline, I should say.
Yeah. Brad hit a good point on doing secure infrastructure with just taking options that don't need to be options off the table. I think that's a big part of it, and that's the simplest thing you can do. But there are there's both places where you are going to need to have some options, and people are going to need to trade off security against something else. And so you might want to you do need to open up things a little bit in Terraform sometimes. You need to allow ingress from somewhere from the internet or something like that, and you can use tools like Sentinel to at least make sure that when that's being done, it's being done in within some constraints. You're not just letting people do anything at all. So you can provide a bit more of a sophisticated guardrail, and you can also not everyone's going to necessarily use the module where Brad's hard coded the version of TLS to use. So you can also give yourself some protection against that. So rather than devs having to go and read all of these security policies, if they're implemented as with Sentinel or Gatekeeper, or with OPA, with whichever one of the many tools that are springing up in this space, you can give devs engineers feedback on whether they're kind of straying outside what's okay, without having to force them to go and review 500-page documents.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the things that I found the most pleasurable in using things like this example was OPA, but Sentinel as well, is one, how it can apply to so many different aspects of the things that we do. It can be the Terraform components, it can be other things. One of the simplest but highest value I've ever used it for was I used a policy to wait based on the resource type that Terraform was touching, whether or not a PR was required, right? So, if you're touching an NSG, it needs a review, right? It has to have a review. But if you're in a lower environment and you're just resizing a VM, I mean, go for it. No one needs to review that every time. That's a cool idea. Yeah,
that's actually going to solve a problem I've got right now.
There you go. Chef kiss. Oh, there you go. So yeah, let's chat about it. But it's awesome. Things like that are, those use cases are things that you just go, man, because it came through me, like Atlantis tried to do a similar thing and things like that. And weighting those things just simplifies things. And there's so many use cases that we're just finding out or we haven't discovered yet that we can solve where we didn't think we could before, that just streamline things. It's fantastic. Sorry, go ahead, Dawn.
I was just going to say on that, everything to do with security, it's about understanding what the tools that you're working with will allow you to do, because Terraform, if you use it well, you can build a certain degree of security into it, but that's only preventive. You can't detect when things are going wrong, and not even all detective security tools are the same. So you want to... Security in terms of infrastructure as code is about not just thinking about it at the baseline, not just thinking about it in the pipeline, not just thinking about it in terms of what your cloud provider gives you, but pulling all of those tools together.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I had a question for Dawn, if I can derail it for 2 seconds. We might have to wrap it up quite quickly after this, because I think we could have done 3 hours of this, I reckon, pretty easily. Just having met all of you in the room, talk for hours. And maybe we'll have to get Brad down into Melbourne and do that sometime as well. But I had a question around, so I loved the use of it for the open source project. I thought that was awesome. And if people don't know, GitHub now has the ability to sponsor open source projects as well. I don't know if, Dawn, you've enabled that, but if you like what Dawn's got going on in that, you should look at the sponsoring option there. That would help reduce that $33 a month overhead, which would be great.
We're actually looking at registering it as a 501c3 in the US at the moment, so that people who use it can make tax deductible donations, because the bulk of our user base is in the US, but there's a lot of paperwork in that.
Yeah, it's a lot of paperwork. Absolutely. Probably that would cost more to fill in than $33 a month as well, but I think it's a good idea. But I was wondering how much experience did you had leveraging Terraform Cloud before you used it with the open source project, and how did you find that it really changed the kind of the workflow you had with the team that you were working with?
I had zero experience using Terraform Cloud before that. All of the experience that I'd had with Terraform before was using just you store a state file in some file storage in
not locally. Cloud. Yeah, good.
No,
good.
Oh no! Please don't do that locally.
Good, correct answer.
That's the infrastructure as code equivalent of make sure you set up billing alarms. Don't store the state.
Yeah, exactly.
I think the main thing that it changed for us was probably what it enabled was actually it allowed all of us to go in and see what was going on. It surfaced it in a way that was very easy as well for the project manager to understand. And sometimes I think that's the power in a lot of those tools. The project manager started out life as an SQL DBA, so he has some technical experience, but he knew nothing about the cloud, basically nothing about cloud hosting, had done had a self-hosted GitLab server, and I think that was pretty much all he'd ever done. But being able to surface a lot of that information in Terraform in a way that was easy to understand in code, being able to surface it in the pipeline, but also being able to surface it in Terraform Cloud so he could actually see how it was translating. Yep. That was very cool. I hope I at some point get the chance to use it in enterprise, but I gather the pricing model is a lot less friendly once you get above 5 users.
Watch this space is all I can say on that one. I think there might be some changes coming, but I agree. I think one of the favorite features I've got, and this is just show how like childish and simple I am, but when they introduced in the workspace window on a run, the list of the things that you've built in a table with, the icon of the thing that you're building. I loved that. I was like, that's so simple to understand where the changes are, what's happening if you don't, even if you find because some people, they see a terminal or they see a black window with white text and their eyes just glaze over. This gives everyone the opportunity to see what those things are and, be a part of what's happening in there too, which is just an amazing space.
Yeah.
we have a little bit of time. Well, I mean, I'm just going to say we have a little bit of time. But did anyone have any other kind of points they wanted to run through, or any other questions they wanted to throw open into the abyss?
Still waiting for that spicy one.
I've been kind. I might now that I'm kind of roping you into the meetup, I might start in a less public forum. We'll build up. I've got to be kind though. I felt so bad when I realized I hadn't, like, no one knew who I was on that. I was like, oh no, Pratik's going to think I'm attacking Simon. I'm trying to get him in trouble, which isn't the case at all. Well, yeah, I just thank you so much, all of you, for your talks in the panel, talks in today, and, you know, for agreeing, like, at a bit of a whim off, you know, Brad's wonderful idea to kind of run a panel and get us kind of all together to have a bit of a talk. I think it was an awesome idea. So credit to Brad as always. They're just monster collaborator. And thank you again for your amazing presentations and collaboration, and say thanks to Pratik as well for kind of enabling us to steal some of your time for HashiTalks ANZ as well. Next time, you know, maybe he and I have to do a Kube and TF joint kind of meetup or event as well. I think we could probably rope Brad in, the old Kubernetes advocate as well, because he knows a thing or two as well. I'd be cornered, I think, but I'd give it a go.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, guys. And all three of us could talk about this stuff all day. So, you know, if you want to continue the conversation, feel free to hit any of us up on LinkedIn.
I might have to get all of you over to the Lab 3 offices for a free Lab 3 beer, as I was telling Brad and the other guys at the start of the call. They're free. It's great. But yeah, so we might just go directly to introducing our next speaker while we've got all three of you here. This is one I'm actually quite interested in. For those that don't know, do you guys all know about BuildKite? You played with BuildKite at all?
Yeah, I've used it quite a bit. It's great tool.
Awesome tool.
Favorite CI.
Melbourne-based as well, which is just so cool to sorry, Brad, but yeah, it's so cool that it's you know, that it's there, and I'm super you know, inspired really to see we've got Jared, who's joining us in this next one, who's a support engineer at BuildKite, to kind of run us through how, you know, he in his day-to-day life kind of you know, uses Terraform with CI/CD resourcing. I'm going to go out on a limb and say BuildKite. To see how that kind of can reduce a lot of the repetitious manual tasks that you end up spending a lot of time on. So I'm really excited for this. He is doing it from Perth, so it's not Melbourne, but, you know, it's close enough. So without further ado, we'll throw over to Jared and his pronouns, before I forget, he, him as well. So we'll get Jared to come in and give us his talk on managing CI/CD resources with Terraform. Thanks so much, everyone.
Thanks so
Thank
much,
you.
everybody.
He talks about
Hi everyone, I'm Jared. I'm a senior support engineer here at BuildKite and a big fan of Terraform and infrastructure as code in general. I initially wrote our Terraform provider about 3 years ago in my spare time to explore Go and Terraform, and it was adopted early last year as the official BuildKite provider, and I joined BuildKite shortly after that. Now I get to work on it as part of my role here, in between helping customers make the most of BuildKite. My talk today is for people wanting to learn how to use Terraform to manage their CI/CD resources. Using Terraform, I'm going to show you how to create a pipeline, hook it up to GitHub to trigger builds, and run those builds on your own Elastic CI stack within AWS. Many of you might be familiar with BuildKite already, but for those of you who aren't, BuildKite is a CI/CD platform that enables top engineering teams to build and deliver software at scale. Our hybrid model gives you ultimate flexibility and control with the best possible user experience. Our open source BuildKite agent runs on your infrastructure, giving you full control without limits. And you get insights into your builds and pipelines, measure and monitor your CI/CD reliability and performance, and get observability for your test suite. All through BuildKite's web UI and well-documented APIs and robust plugin ecosystem. So let's get started with the demo. I've got an empty repo here where I've just configured the basics of Terraform. I'm going to use S3 as the backend for state storage, and also a DynamoDB lock table. These are sort of things you want to do when you're running Terraform from CI, where things could be running in parallel to make sure they don't clobber each other. I've also configured the build kite provider version 0.11 and configured it here, so it's going to be using my HashiTalk demo org in build kite, and the API token is actually set using the environment variable build kite API token. To create an API token, head over to build kite to your personal settings, API tokens, and new API access token. Give it a description. Give it access to any organizations that you're going to be managing with Terraform. It needs read and write permissions in the REST API to pipelines, and it also needs GraphQL API access. And then you can hit create a new token. That'll then take you to the next page where you can copy your token one time. It won't show you that token again, so be careful. And so the first thing we want to do is create a pipeline. I like to call my Terraform files after the repository name. So I'm going to call it HashiTalks Demo 2022. And if we open up that file, I'll paste in this snippet that I've generated already. Just walk you through it here. I'm going to call the pipeline HashiTalks Demo 2022. Configure the repo URL to clone. The default branch is going to be main, and then the default steps are going to be to upload the pipeline from the repository. Jumping back to the terminal so that we can apply this. Alright, Terraform's finished applying that plan. The next thing we need to do is create an agent token so that we can start up an agent to be able to run the builds. Let's do that now. Back inside the terminal, I'm going to create a buildkite.tf file that's going to house the agent token resource. Paste that in. This is going to create an agent token that we can then pass to the Elastic Stack so that when it boots up agents, they can register to our organization. While we're here, let's create an instance of the Elastic Stack. This resource is going to use our Elastic Stack CloudFormation template to create a pool of agents so that we can run our builds. You can see here I'm going to use the agent token created above, and I'm just going to boot up one instance on a T3 small. So now we can do another Terraform apply to create these resources. Alright, here we go. It's finished applying. It's created an agent token and an instance of the Elastic Stack. You can even head back into our buildkite organization and see that an agent is now running, ready to run some builds. Jumping back to the terminal, let's create a real simple pipeline file. Just going to create it with one step, just to echo hello, just to prove it's working. So now you can add and commit that. Push it up. Now we can head back to buildkite and trigger a new build. Here's that build. We've got to green now. It's uploaded the pipeline and run all the steps. The next useful step is to connect buildkite to GitHub so that when commits are pushed, it triggers a build automatically rather than having to click new build here. We're back in the terminal now. I want to open up our pipeline resource file so that I can add in some GitHub resources. So I've already created the repository in GitHub, and I could import that into the Terraform state, but for now I'm just going to use a data source to look up that and then add a webhook. So here's the webhook resource. I'm using the repository from the data source and connecting it to the buildkite pipeline's webhook URL. It needs to take JSON, and we want to validate SSL, so I want to disable insecure SSL. Make sure it's active, so it's actually going to send the webhook, and it needs the deployment, push, and pull request events. Let's exit this and do a Terraform apply. So that's finished applying now. The next thing to do is commit those changes, push them up, and see that it triggers a build. Here's that build that was triggered from a webhook. It's nothing too interesting just yet, really. It's what we expected. Now let's modify this pipeline so that we can actually get Terraform planning and applying from within build guide itself. So to do that, we're going to need to edit the steps that run and run some Terraform things. Here's the pipeline file I'm using for this demo. The first step generates a Terraform plan and writes that plan to an artifact. And then it blocks the pipeline to make sure the plan gets manual review. You might want to do this because Terraform will likely be touching production resources and might delete or add things you don't intend on. And then once someone unblocks the pipeline, the last step will download the plan from the artifacts and apply it. Let's commit this to the repository and trigger a build. Here's that triggered build. You can see it's now blocked, waiting for manual review of the plan. If we have a look at the plan here, you can see not much is going to change. Because I've hard-coded the agent access token, it's always going to think there's a change there because it's a private parameter. But this is in a state where we could apply this. So we could unblock the pipeline, let it apply. It'll end up doing really nothing in CloudFormation since it's the same token. Here we go, the pipeline's finished applying the plan now. And have a drill down into the log output to see that it was updating the CloudFormation resource, and it's now finished. So that concludes the demo. Just to recap what we've done, we've configured Terraform with a remote state, added in the required providers. We've created a build kite pipeline, hooked it up to GitHub through a webhook so that when commits are pushed, it triggers a build. And we've also created a Elastic Stack instance so that builds can run in AWS. Now, going on to extend this further for sort of best practices, what you would likely want to do is put the agent token into an SSM parameter. That's fully supported by the Elastic Stack. And that'll also improve the plan so it won't think there's a difference every time. You might want to play around with your instance type and how many agents you have. Of course, you got to manage your policies. You might not want admin access, or maybe you do if Terraform is configuring everything. You probably want more than one instance as well. You want it to auto scale. So that was a whirlwind demo. I'm going to leave it there and walk you through some tips and tricks to help you productionize your own Terraform project. The first thing I would do is remove the hard-coded agent token parameter in the CloudFormation and move it to an SSM parameter. That's already supported in the Elastic Stack. So all you'd want to do is create a new AWS SSM resource and reference that in your CloudFormation parameters. We've only created one pipeline linked to one repository with this demo, but in reality you probably have multiple pipelines and multiple repositories that you want to link together. So you could either import those into the Terraform state, and any new ones you can create fresh. Another improvement that you could do is to create a module out of whatever kind of groupings that make sense for your use case. One such example might be a module that creates a pipeline and a repository and hooks them up with the webhook all in one. So rather than having to create 3 resources every time, if your team is making a new project, they just need to use the module and set the correct properties. Just to summarize what we've achieved here, using Terraform and our build kite provider, we've created a build kite pipeline, hooked it up to a GitHub repository through webhooks so that when commits are pushed, it'll trigger a build. And we've even created an instance of the Elastic CI stack to provide us some agents to run builds. Thanks to HashiCorp for hosting. Special shout out to Mel and Mitch for helping me put this together and doing some editing. I'm going to put this repository on GitHub if you wanted to check it out for any concepts we used here. And for more information, be sure to check out the Terraform documentation and the BuildKite docs in general. And reach out to us in our BuildKite community Slack, the BuildKite forum, or via email. And give us a follow on Twitter. Thanks for coming. See you on the internet.
And on the internet
Hello.
we are.
How you
And
guys
on the
doing?
internet we are. Good, Round. How you going?
I'm good, man. I'm good, Lucky. Nice to see you. Hey, Brad. Hope you're having a nice holiday.
It's amazing. Yeah, it finishes on Friday, so I'll be back soon.
Okay,
Back to
I'm
work.
just around the corner from you. I'm in Brisbane, but it's just down the road from the sunny
Yeah,
coast.
yeah. Let's
Just
meet.
come
Let's
say
meet.
hi.
I've got to come up then. I can't be left out of this. This isn't. I'll have to fly up.
Dude, fly tonight.
I'll have to. That was I think the word for that presentation, if I had to, was smooth. That was
Very smooth.
very well crafted. Yeah, I can see even Rian on YouTube, straight onto it, comments, smooth prezzo. I agree. That was smooth, edits, clean. I mean, it was pretty nice. And some great tips and tricks in there as well about how to use BuildKite with Terraform.
Another amazing speaker.
Yeah, I mean, we've only got one left, and it'd be a real shame if that was to not be as good as the others. But it's Rand, so it's going to be fun. It's good. I know it's going to be good. I've listened to this man speak numerous times at huge events, monstrously large events. So this will be no problem for him whatsoever.
I will do my best. I hope you like it.
I always like the content you put out, mate. It's always great to watch. And I think what you're going to be talking about today around development labs on multi-arc and multi-OS kind of environments, something pretty near and dear to your heart, especially with the amount of work that you put into, or at least I know the amount of work that you put into HashiCube. For those that don't know, Round's kind of the lead behind HashiCube, which is like how you run all DevOps tools and all HashiCorp tools in one place at one time, right? Like it's the playground of playgrounds.
Thank you. Yeah, it's super nice and very important, with the addition of the ARM MacBooks. All the Vagrant setups and VMs just stopped working, and Docker containers no longer build, and there's AMD 64 hard-coded everywhere. And quite a transition, but well worth it, I think, and super interesting.
Yeah, I think it really put a lot of people that had built software on the spot about some maybe questionable practices they may have implemented, right?
Yes, but who knew? Who knew 4 years ago that ARM chips are going to get this big when you run it on your own laptops and stuff? And I mean, all of a sudden things don't work anymore. So who could have foreseen that?
Yeah, we had a good one where PowerShell stopped working because the .NET classes were things like that. You just don't see it working. Like some of them just even Core had problems. So yeah, lots of fun things that came with that, which is why I actually use both Windows and Mac. At home I've got a Windows device. I work from home, and then when I go to work I use a Mac device that's there, and I'm trying to make sure wherever I can that things work portably on both, because I don't know who's going to use what I built, right? So I know Brad, he's already kicked off, controversially maybe, that he uses Mac on his, and go look up the doco if you've got Windows. So there's two sides of the coin here. I know I'm just picking at you, Brad, because I know Brad would be like, it wouldn't have worked on my slide block. That was the problem. Ruined how clean it was. But I'm super keen for this one, Rihanna. I always love what you put out, and just if I miss one, let me know. But this talk's going to go into a little bit of detail around Vagrant, Vault, Nomad Console, Terraform, Waypoint, and Boundary, and how those things can kind of work in this environment, right?
Yes, and a little bit of Minikube and Nomad together with Trafic, and then Waypoint deploying onto both of these, all in a Docker container, running on Docker on my laptop. So it should be
outrageous. And how's the demo? We're getting a demo?
Yeah, of course. It's all live. It's all done. It's all live. You know, this is the way we roll. You know,
tempting fate.
Live life
Tempting
on the
fate.
edge.
I love it. On the edge. Yeah, on the edge. I love it. I absolutely love it. All right. Well, without further ado, let's throw to you, Ryan. Let's go and see what you've got for us. I'm going to have my notepad out for this one for sure. And the demo gods, let's make sure that that's going to work. Let's see how this goes. So, without much more delay, over to you, Ryan.
Thank you, Lachi. Thank you very much. So the first way to check if your demo is going to work is always if your screen share works. So thankfully it does. And I just want to tell everyone, thank you very much for joining us here at HashiTalks today. I hope you enjoyed all the chats. I certainly did enjoy all the interesting topics and stuff. And so who am I? I'm Rian Nolan. I'm originally from South Africa, but I live in Australia now, and I work for Servian, a big consultancy firm here in Australia. We have many interesting clients, and we're just a bunch of technologists that love what we do. In the YouTube chat, I've posted a couple of links, and these are the links that you see down here, basically. And so, yeah, with that, let's get started. So about 3 years ago, when I started learning Terraform and Vault and Consul, I needed a lab to play with and to use all of these tools while I sit on the train without an internet connection on the way from Central Coast to inner city of New South Wales. And then I created this little box. Back then it was a VM, and I tried to run all of the HashiCorp products. I mean, and just yesterday evening when I put this slide together, I looked at all of these awesome programs, and I was just amazed by what a cool stable HashiCorp has created. I mean, my first intro into HashiCorp, Lachi asked me earlier, and that was Vagrant. And then from there, I learned a little bit of Terraform, and then I needed to build AMI's Packer. And since then, it's absolutely just exploded with the addition of Consul and Vault and Nomad and Waypoint and Boundary and all of this. So this little demo is going to be primarily a little bit about Vagrant. I'll show you a Vagrant file. And then it's going to be Nomad on one side. And then when I checked out Waypoint, I was like, oh, wow, you can deploy Waypoint onto Kubernetes. So, of course, I'm going to inject Minikube into this thing. And so, and then, then came ARM64 and nothing would run. And I was looking around how to get VirtualBox VMs to run on M1 chips. And the answer is it's impossible. You cannot do it. So off to Docker, and I tried to make it work on Docker, but let's quickly see how that turned out. So first of all, on my computer, I've got a Docker daemon running here, and I can do Docker info. But then I can also jump into Vagrant SSH. I can jump into Vagrant, into HashiCube. Sorry for that. That looks a little bit nasty, but it's just the way it goes. And we can go Docker info over here. And we've got a Docker daemon running on here as well, on TempFS. So what I did to get this to run is, because we use Vagrant, and Vagrant uses providers, it was actually super easy to get this going, with the exception of systemd and getting my C groups and stuff to work. But in the Vagrant file, you'll see a little bit of code. Here's all the links, stuff that tripped me up, that I struggled with. I left a little bit of a note here for you. But in the end, what we can do is, if we go Vagrant up, we mount the sysfs C group into the container. We tell it that the C group is host, and that's why we couldn't use the Docker volumes, because there's a little bug here in Vagrant that people are looking at fixing, but hasn't been fixed yet last time I checked. So we can use the Docker arguments to do that. One thing that tripped me up is you cannot have overlay FS on top of overlay FS. Otherwise, you have to use some VFS, which is super slow. But then again, we can use TempFS, 15 gig, and we can specify mode 777 and size, whatever we want. And to remove the no dev, we're going to specify dev, and the no SUID and the no exec, we just specify these options, and voila. We can then do Vagrant up, minus provision. So on my computer, if you look at Docker PS, you will see I've got a Docker daemon or a Docker container running in here. And this is HashiCorp. And the reason why it's now default is because we can set this little Vagrant default provider as Docker, and then it will use Docker default. So inside of the VM, we can then do Docker PS, and we're going to see some containers in here. And one of them is the Minikube container. So that enables us to do kubectl get po hvc-a. And there is all of our containers or our pods and services. And another one is the Docker registry, which I run here, but I also run the Docker registry as an add-on on Minikube. So when we go, there's one more little thing that I wanted to show you, and that is the documentation. The documentation is live here, servian.github.io/HashiCorp. But if you run vagrant up minus provision minus with doxify, you have this documentation on your local host on port 3333. And let's see if that's working actually. Localhost, colon 3333. No, it's not. So very easy. We go vagrant up minus provision minus with doxify. Whoops. That's not going to work. Provision minus with doxify. And that's just going to run a little provisioner. That's going to kick into a little shell script. This shell script is going to install some Node.js with doxify for us and basically use the markdown files in our repository and turn it into a little searchable website. So when you bring this up, you'll have your little documentation locally, and so you don't need these slides because it's difficult to put all of this information condensed into the slides as well. So while we wait for that, it should be finished, but I've already done vagrant up minus provision. That installs base tools for us, add some Debian, some Ubuntu packages for us, and then update the sources.list and all of this for us. And so this guy should be nearly finished. And so by default, it starts off with 4 gig RAM, but I give Minikube 8 gig of RAM because I also run GitLab on top of this. And then I also run like Ansible AWX Tower on top of it. And GitLab itself needs 6 gig to run. And then, of course, Minikube is going to need a little bit of RAM extra here and there. But okay, so now Doxify is done. So we should have our documentation here locally. All right, fantastic. And we can just search for Minikube. Whoops, there we go. And you can click it and read a little bit about it and see some websites. So what I've done is I've run, let me just come here. To get this started, I actually ran Nomad. And to get Nomad up and running is just like that. We run vagrant up minus provision minus Nomad. And what this is going to do is it's going to create Nomad for you. It's going to install the Fabio load balancer. But a couple of months ago, I read about traffic on Nomad with the Nomad provider. And when you run vagrant up minus provision, it's going to give you Nomad. And you can log into Nomad over here. And it's going to give you some helpful links at the bottom. And one of which is the traffic load balancer dashboard page. And we can see that it's running over here with the provider Nomad. And here is the Fabio load balancer that we can then send endpoints to, because this was the first load balancer I used, because it gets all of these routes from console. So pretty easy, no config, and it just kind of works. So what I then did also is I brought up Minikube. So you can run vagrant up minus provision minus with Minikube, and that is going to, again, install Minikube for you with the registry add-on, because we're going to build stuff and publish stuff to using Nomad. And it's got the Kubernetes dashboard also in there for you, and it uses kubectl port forward to expose some ports for you. But it has also got the Trafic integration using Helm. So what does this look like? Here is Trafic on Kubernetes, which is Minikube. So Trafic is localhost 18181, and for Nomad, it's localhost 8181. And then when you then run Vagrant up minus provision minus with, and maybe it's just good if we just quickly drop in here into Waypoint, then you can read a little bit about Waypoint and what it does. There's a brilliant video from Armin Dodgaard explaining where Waypoint fits in. And I can just see Waypoint just growing and becoming bigger and bigger and more used. It's a super nice tool. It's really nicely polished. And I actually love playing with it. So here you can see I still had the provider Docker. You don't need to do that. You can just leave that out. But basically what we do is we run Vagrant up provision with base tools to install some packages for us. We run it with Docker that installs a Docker daemon for us inside of the Docker container, a bit of Inception-like, and it was weird at first to see, but it's super comfortable. And then console and Nomad and Waypoint. So you can run Waypoint-Nomad, or you can just run Waypoint of alias this, and you'll see this in the Vagrant file. So when you do this, this will bring up Waypoint for you on top of Nomad. So if I show you, here sits Waypoint server. There we go. And it will also bring up an app, which has subsequently died. Nevertheless, doesn't matter. Probably RAM related or whatever. There we go. Yeah, it's busy restarting it. Nomad, I love it. It's so awesome. So it's restarted it. But you can then also run Vagrant up minus provision with Minikube to get Minikube there. And then we are going to run Waypoint Kubernetes Minikube. And all this will do is run the same SH file for you with an argument. So I'm just going to put myself out there and show you my code. Since it is on GitHub, you can already go see what it looks like. But there are two folders in here. So inside HashiCorp, we've got Waypoint. Then we have got Kubernetes, or custom examples rather. And inside there, we've got Kubernetes app, and we've got a Nomad app. So these apps are exactly the same, but I split them into folders because I kept on tripping up over each other. You know, if I show you the Waypoint files just look different. And when I then try to mangle them and make them work for Waypoint, then I trip over myself. And I also had to use Waypoint context list and context set to use the provider on the same side. So this is a small Nomad app and a small Node.js app. My apologies. And I've run this, and you can see that it is running as a pod in Minikube. There's my T-Rex application. And here's my deployment. So if I open it over here, let's see if it runs. Yes. So this is my little Node.js app. And then just for a little bit of added sugar on top, you can go play a little bit of this game to help. And it also tells you where these files are located. So if you want to go edit these files, which I can see I've made a mistake over here, I need to add my Nomad file. So thanks for picking that up. I appreciate it. I'll fork off and go do that. And then it tells you how to run, how to deploy this again once you've made updates to it. And that is my file. Let me quickly, what I've done here is I've left you a little bit of a presentation, which is super high level. You are just, this will just basically tell you what I've done with the command over here, provision with Nomad, give you a little bit of screenshot and a little bit of, what do you call it, terminal output, just to show you you're still on the right way. You can also step through this. Here's the Minikube provisioner that I've added for the Vagrant. And here is my Waypoint stuff. So in there, you can then go off and then provision with Waypoint, and you can then provision Waypoint with Kubernetes. Yeah, I seem to have absolutely shot through this presentation, so maybe I can just quickly show you what the Waypoint file looks like. So the Waypoint file looks like this, and it's just got a Waypoint install, which covers off the install. One thing, I couldn't run this on ARM 64 chip. There is a ticket open on HashiCorp, and my colleagues at HashiCorp is looking into this for me. There is no download for ARM 64, for Linux ARM 64. So if we head over to here, there's the little ticket. If we go to the downloads page, there is no Linux ARM 64 yet over here. So once they release this, I'll plug it in, and it should just work seamlessly on ARM 64 and on AMD chips. Basically, back to this, it's a bunch of bash that downloads the latest version. And then I've just got a Waypoint Kubernetes Minikube function over here. I think it's just worthwhile that I show you how I run this. And if we just step through here, Doxify, Waypoint. So what we run is we just run this bash file, and we pass this argument to it. And similarly for Waypoint and Nomad, we just pass these arguments to it. And if you then run Waypoint, it's just going to run the same file. And if I just quickly come back here, there we go. While we still got a little bit of time, you can of course use Vagrant up minus provision minus with Vault, and that will help you play around with Vault. I find it super handy that it's in a container, because I can export my token and set my Vault address and then use Vault CLI from my terminal, but it's one level away from me. So I don't have to install all of these different applications on my laptop or computer. It's all in a Docker container. I can just do Vagrant destroy, and it will get rid of it. And while we just wait for Vault to be installed, I'm going to take a quick sip of water. There we go. So we've bootstrapped it, and we have a root token. And if we go to localhost, this guy over here, go there, and then we can use our root token over here to log into Vault. Oh, and here we are logged into Vault, everything running neatly in a little container. So with HashiCorp, of course, getting things installed is, the first part of the job, but afterwards you want to use it. So you can then look at databases, which looks over here. So if you say Vagrant up minus provision with MySQL, and again, you can just go look at the MySQL SH file or the database.sh file. And this will show you what we are doing. It will output all of this, and you can copy all of these commands and do this. Let's see if we can quickly do it now. That's part of this demo. So let's do that. And this will just download a MySQL Docker container for me. I haven't checked this if this will run on ARM64, but nevertheless, let's see if this will work. Set some parameters for us, like the username and password, and then enable the Vault database engine for us. So let's go back here into Vault. If we go to secret engines, you can see there's just cubbyhole there. Let's see. I don't think it will work. I saw AMD 64 in here. There. Let's quickly see. So I'll have to go back and uplift this. But if you want to see under the hood what it is doing, you can always just scroll to databases, open up the mysql.sh, and you can see exactly the commands that we run. Vault write database engine to enable that. And then once this user is created, you can wait 5 minutes and Vault will go ahead and remove it for you again. Let's quickly see what's happening here. And the same with MS SQL. This is a good way for, so I like to give this box to developers, especially if they don't know Kubernetes or they don't know Vault or they don't know, excuse me, how to build Docker files or how to run a Docker file. So inside of Docker, you have a little Docker file over here. It uses an Ubuntu 2004, and basically it just runs Apache. And inside of Docker, we are going to determine our architecture. We are going to install Docker. Here, I've pinned my Docker versions and my container DIO versions because I ran into a bug last night when I just checked my lab, whether it's going to work. I got OCI runtime create failed. Run C create failed. Unable to start container process. Error opening dev null. I have no idea. I've never seen that before in my life. This was the first time. So luckily I was able to pin it and move on with this demo. And then here is our Docker registry. And we just set some authentication here because we need to use this in here in our waypoint when we build these applications. So we're a little bit done ahead of time, but I really hope you enjoyed this presentation, and thank you so much for joining us today here. If there's any questions, I'm going to hang around in the chat. I've posted some links. You guys are welcome to let me know and connect with me. And thank you so much for joining us. Lachi, over to you.
I definitely want to do a practical session on that.
Yeah, I gotta go tear that one apart. I think.
Yeah.
I think Ryan sees the Matrix. I think he does. I think he's when he's in HashiCorp, he's like physically plugging in and just he knows it so inside and out. Oh, this will work, and just does things that some people would dream about doing. Like it's just it's super impressive. If you haven't played with I played with it in a previous version before he added Boundary and Waypoint to it, a while ago. Yeah. So I'm keen to get back into that and see how that looks because it's super impressive.
Very impressive. Yeah, so much knowledge in there, isn't it? So much knowledge.
The complexity, all those systems, all those routes. There's enterprise applications that don't do that as well as Ryan does it within HashiCorp, right? I mean, I've seen them; they don't do it that well, And what a accelerating tool for developers who maybe haven't played with that tool and just want a quick way to be able to spin up, bits and pieces of a stack or different tools to see if it works within what they're trying to do, and really lowering the barrier to entry for the use of those tools as well.
Yeah.
Super impressive. That's all the speakers.
That's done. 9.
All gone. I mean,
it was good, wasn't it?
It was super. And look, there he is. the smile. I missed it. It was gone for too long already. What a talk, mate. Well done.
Thank you. It goes so quick when you're having fun.
I was saying, I swear you plug in, mate. You just become the mate. You just plug into the matrix, and you just go. It's so impressive to watch.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Well, actually, what's impressive is if you look at the tools that HashiCorp built, it's quite complex, but they do it in such a simple, easy way that anyone can test. I mean, all of their tools are open source. And I just want to say thank you for that, because I remember when I started off with Linux and open source, you're able to run websites and run mail servers and run database servers. And I was just thinking the other day how beautiful it is that you have licenses like the Creative Commons or the MIT license that license people to go and use these tools and change it and make with it whatever they want. And it's truly a gift to humanity,
Yeah, a gift of humanity. I think Armin and Mitchell would be pretty happy with that as a tagline. HashiCorp, a gift for humanity. I reckon we can send them that on a sticker. I think it's similar to kind of like the LAMP stack. What the LAMP stack gave a lot of people when that originally came out. The end-to-end open source, get in there, understand how it works, and this is kind of becoming that for the cloud. And I think one of the cool things is, if people don't know, that HashiConf Global is happening, and there's going to be a huge amount of talks that are going to be happening on that. That's happening across October 4th and 6th. You see Cole's already on it. And there's both two tracks. There's in person, and there's also on-demand events, as well as live keynotes and things like that are available virtually for us in Australia as well. Time zones might be, harder, but the content that comes out in HashiConf Global from the US is always absolutely fantastic. And I mean, I always try to stay up dreary-eyed and have a look at it, but I kind of end up falling asleep at 3 a.m. trying to understand something that someone like Ryan's going through in super detail. I'm just glazing over. Are either of you going this year?
No, I don't think so, no. It's quite far away.
It is far away. I've never been. It's one of my bucket list items to go to HashiConf. One of them. It doesn't matter where. We were going to do a Hashi Days in 2020 in Australia, which used to be like the physical version of HashiTalks. And then I was like going to be a part of it, and then COVID, so it didn't happen. But I've set people to task. We need to have that happen again. So we've got that. HashiConf stuff happens twice a year in the US and in Europe. If you always check the websites, there's always events going on about that. But much closer to home, we've got the hugs that we were talking about at the start that are always on. And so obviously, I run the Melbourne Hug. Happy to plug that event happening on the 24th of August. 2 speakers locked in to be announced soon. Watch the space, but go have a look and join. What's going on in the Sydney Hug, Bragg? What's coming up?
We're looking for more speakers, organisers. So I think that we might have to do something in Brisbane as well.
I was going to ask.
Up there at the moment. Yeah.
I would love that. We should.
When are we starting the Brisbane Hub?
Have screens and do the thing together, and teleportals where there's laptops and
teleportals.
Talk. It would be nice, Yeah.
Portals, teleportals. Okay. Let's see. Maybe we might work on that. Invent portals to transport us. Let's see what we can do.
I need an exit.
Yeah.
I know the time's not right, but some of the conferences now are doing like watch parties. So they'll have like in each city they'll have like a watch group, and then they'll watch the conference together and have some drinks. And yeah, it's quite a good idea.
We did a virtual one of those for I think 21 HashiConf with the Melbourne Hug, which was cool, and had some of the Hashi team from Melbourne on there, like giving some insider behind the scenes kind of stuff as it was announced, because obviously they've been a part of building some of it as well, which was really, really cool. But even to be in person in a room having some drinks whilst you watch it, like on a projector or something, that'd be really cool. I think what'd be cool is if then we like streamed all of the hugs doing it together. That'd be pretty cool. That'd be pretty proud. Like, hey Ryan, hey Brett, that'd be sweet. I'd like that.
That'd be so nice.
That'd be good. It'd be good fun.
It's good to be in-person meetups again, starting up, because you miss it, but somehow you realize how much you've missed it. For 3 years, we've just been sitting here watching stuff online. It's new words like Zoom fatigue and things came out in 3 years' time. It's incredible. So it's nice to have these starting up again.
The in-person connection is irreplaceable. People can say the same words and they can do that, but the ability to go up to Brad after and say, hey, that was fantastic, I really enjoyed that, and make a personal connection, and then you see them on the train the next week, just that, some things like that just start to happen, and I think that's kind of the magic of the meetup scene for sure.
So we've got to finish soon. What are some key takeaways for you from this HashiTalks?
There's so much. It's a spicy question, Brad.
I'll go first.
You go.
I think one of my key takeaways is like in the region, it was just really great to see the quality of people that we have here and just how well that everyone did it. So yeah, just congrats to everyone that spoke, and really looking forward to meeting everyone.
What about yourself, Ryan? What did you take away?
The talks were really nice, and some of the talks are some practical things that you can use immediately today to either make your project better or refactor it, or if you've got to open source something to run it somewhere on DigitalOcean. And this quality advice you rarely get for free from people in the industry that have been stuck with huge problems before. And for me, that takeaway is just, I've taken some notes that I'm going to take away myself,
Yeah, I agree. I think the level of presentation that was there, Jared's smoothness for that build kite one was something that I don't think my presentation game is at that level. I need to get some tips and tricks from that, or maybe step it up a bit. But I also, the biggest thing I took away was Dawn's approach to the open source project, and kind of the mentality of using and enabling the people that are around Dawn to get the most out of that project. I think that was really, really impressive as well. And I think that was really cool. But as you said, Brad, we do have to unfortunately wrap up. We are at time. But just before we do, it isn't without a lot of effort that these kind of events get put on. It's actually months of effort that goes into organizing these things, not from myself and Brad and Ryan and people in the community, but from the HashiCorp team themselves. So I'd like to just do a huge shout out to Cole Morrison, who's the producer today behind the scenes, who's also in charge of the lo-fi beats that we kind of keep hearing on and off. I reckon he's made a few of those too. Cole's a dev advocate out of LA for Hashi. Super, super intelligent guy. Been there for about 18 months. Absolute weapon. It's a shame we don't see as much of him because of the time zones, but absolute weapon. Definitely get along to some of his talks that are coming up. We've got Alexander Friedman, who's an absolute force in kind of the community game. She's a technical program manager at HashiCorp and has been for 3.5 years or something. Total OG of the game. Absolute weapon. These things don't happen without her. Jasmine White, absolute superstar, bit newer, community manager at HashiCorp, absolute weapon. Not related to me at all, luckily for her, but awesome to have her be a part of how we're running HashiTalks and a bit in the Australian region. All of them in America up late. Alex was up till about 2 a.m. It's like 10 p.m. for Cole, and it's probably quite late in New York for Jasmine as well, if that's where she is. And I'd also like to thank Brad in Colombia at 11 o'clock or 11:30 now, I think it is, on his holiday, dialing in to help run this. Obviously, Ambassador, absolute weapon, helping make the banking platforms a reality, a basic more recently, and also got a lot going on in the community with the Kubernetes and CNCF world as well. And Ryan, of course, how can we forget that smile, that South African accent and twang? Absolute pleasure to have you close out as the last speaker and hear about HashiCorp. Absolutely amazing. And just wanted to thank everyone for kind of taking the time out of their day, coming to this event, making them, as special as they are. And hopefully we have some of these in person soon as well.
Yep.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone. Thanks so much for coming. We'll see you next time.
See you, everybody.